think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Up here. So yeah, we're never prompt at 9 a.m. The judge is never prompt. That's what like aggravates me. Like, come on, Your Honor. Yeah, come on. Like, let's be prompt here. Like, she bitches about time constantly, but here we are, 9:08, and nada, nothing, zilch. Like, Canoni, lady, please. We all want this trial over with. We all want the rest of the evidence to come out. If you could just be prompt, that'd be amazing. And I hate this ceiling fan. This is going to be known for the rest of time. This ceiling fan. Like, can we name? We call it Fanny the ceiling fan? Brianna, can we name it Fanny?
I like that. That works for me.
Right? I would just call it Fanny the ceiling fan.
Good morning, dear.
Morning, darling. Morning. Never prompt with this judge, dude. Come on.
I am so tired.
Oh my God. You can say that again. You can fucking say that again. Tired for sure, dude.
We got up on Queens last night, and me and Corrosive and Voices and Ellie and B. Tim.
Awesome.
Oh, we made a lot of people mad, but
you know what?
You know what? At one point, people were like, "Why do you care? Why do you care?" And I was like, "You know what? I will tell you why I care. Because I have very, very good friends who are being harassed, stalked, emailed, phone called, threatened for telling the truth. And I'm sick of it. And I have other friends who are too terrified to tell the truth, even though they know it. And I'm sick of it.
Ditto. And that's why I care. And people are like, you're just obsessed with idiot. No, nobody gives a fuck about him. We hope he gets hit by a train, okay? And I really mean that. I don't wish harm on anybody or bad things on anybody because I know comedic, karma effect comes back and the universe, corrects itself. And like, I like to put good karma in the world, not bad karma. But when you're a person that's that vile, that you've hurt so many people, all in the name of fame and fortune and covering your own ass from your own lies, like that's an effing problem. And the world is a better off place without you in it. Like, it's that simple. Like, so I would not be sad if he got hit by a train or a bus or the ugly tree came down and smacked him 75 more times. Like, I don't know. Like, he's a bad fucking person who belongs locked up the rest of his life. Like, it's that simple. Like,
yeah. And we were trying to correct the lies. For me, that's what it was, the blatant lies. And one of the blatant lies was, where's the evidence? There's no evidence. There's no evidence.
I love that one. All the evidence
I said,
showing you?
I was like, all the people asking, where is the evidence, should probably shut up and listen to it.
Right.
Because if they're saying there's no evidence, then they're either not watching the trial or they're actively in denial, because every word we've heard and everything we have seen on that witness stand is evidence. So if you're saying there's none, then you're just outright lying. Now we can discuss, and I was like, we can discuss whether you think it's sufficient. We can discuss if you think it's doing its job. That's a matter of opinion. B. Tim and I differ on whether or not Karen actually connected with John's car. I think she did. B. Tim doesn't think she did. That's a difference of opinion and interpretation of evidence. Yep. That's not a lie. That's a difference of opinion. We can discuss what the evidence means and how we interpret it. And that's what we do here all day. And we all get along just fine.
Yeah.
It's there's no evidence. There's no belt. There's no shoe. There's no hat. There was no tail light. They had the car first. There's no tail light broken in the picture. All of it.
I know family members of some of these people, not the direct people involved, but family members of these people. And they're just regular fucking people, literally. Like they're just regular, everyday, with the glares there again, in the same suit. I can't. Yes, but you can't say there's no evidence, right? Like you can't sit there and say there's no evidence. There's so much evidence. They just want to keep saying there's none because they want to keep saying everyone's a liar. That's not the way facts work. Facts aren't of opinion. Okay. A fact is a fact and you can't argue a fact. I mean, you can try and you can be a troll, but like a fact is a fact. And part of the facts here they are showing evidence. If you don't like it or you don't want to believe it, cool, fine. But it's still evidence. Also, witness testimony in a trial is evidence. Like that's what irks me. These people don't even know the most basics of a damn trial.
And you can't at the same time say that Yannetti and Jackson are scoring points and say there's no evidence, because if Yannetti and Jackson are scoring points, they are by definition introducing evidence.
Right. Like, come on, dude. Well, that's the thing. Murder 2, and I think people also get this very confused. Murder 2 in Massachusetts does not include intent, everyone. I'm going to say it again. It does not include intent. It does not need intent. They do not need to prove that she intended to do it. All they need to prove is that she knew she was driving drunk in a snowstorm and that could cause serious bodily harm or death. And they can. That's all it requires in Massachusetts for murder 2. People keep saying intent. She needs intent. No, she does not need intent. Read the statute in Massachusetts. It does not require intent here.
But if they can go that one step further and prove that she made that split-second decision to ignore her backup camera and her backup sensors, then all the better.
Which is what they're going to do. Which is why they told you to pay attention to the middle console for multiple reasons. The backup cam, the backup sensors, and the infotainment system, the EDR data that they pulled from the car back in December is going to show a lot of this. Like,
and why Lolly showed that photo of the dash screen to them again the other day to remind them, hey, she has this right in front of her. Because that's the only photo they showed of the interior.
Right. Like, that's the whole point. Like, hello. I mean, everybody who drives a car knows, like, the shit's there. Like, it's dinging, it's ringing, it's, you have to ignore the beep, 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 beep. Even to back into John's car, she had to ignore the beep, 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 or manually shut it off, which most cars you can't even manually shut it off. Can't even do it to take a driving test and manually shut it off.
I was wondering who Legatron was.
Hilarious. Fucking kids, right? Fucking kids.
So mine funny. No better than to go messing with my name. I have literally been Brianna 25 for 26 and a half years.
Yeah, see that? See, I mean, I always put my own name next to my, YouTube name, but I like, some people prefer not to put their real names out there. I mean, I prefer to not be in public and people call me Twisted Tragedies. You can just call me Elise. It's cool. It's fine. Like, oh, there's Peg O'Keefe. Poor lady, dude.
Oh, no. They changed their name and they're stuck with it for 14 days. They ran them up against that 14-day buffer.
Oh, I forgot that was a thing. Oh, that sucks. Well, you're Legatron now. Just embrace
Who are you, Legatron?
You're Legatron now. You're Legatron today. That's who you are today. Who you were yesterday is not who you are today. I mean, that kind of goes along with what I tell you people, which is be a better person today than you were yesterday. I have to try, and sometimes I fail at that, right? Like, but you got to try, right?
Oh, it's Slanda. Oh my gosh.
So funny. So funny. Kids.
You poor dear.
You do? Well, technically it's Elisa, Elisa. My mother's name was Elizabeth when she was born, and she was adopted. So they had to keep one part of her name. So they moved Elizabeth to her middle and changed her first name. And so my mother took Elizabeth, cut off the Beth, changed the Z to an S, and made Elisa. That's how she got my name.
I did not know that they used to have to keep parts of children's. Was she older when she was adopted? Is that why they had to keep part of her name?
Yeah, my mother's 56 right now, 56. She'll be 57 in August. So yeah. So back then she was adopted by, my grandparents went to Catholic Charities. That's where they adopted my mother. And then years later, my aunt. But back then that was like the law. That was the part of the law. Like you had to keep one part of the child's name.
Oh, weird. Yeah. I had a friend named Crystal. She was adopted, Her birth name was not Crystal, and her middle name was Anne, and her birth name, no part of her name was Crystal or Anne. She was
Right.
Korean.
Well, at least I know here, Massachusetts, that's where it was. But
I don't think Illinois cares.
Yeah, I don't know about other states, but here that was, that was a thing. That was a thing. They had to keep one part of the name. I like Carrie Ann. What do you mean? I love it. Here we go, folks.
Here we go. I'm surprised Ms. Little has got a smile on her face. Alan doesn't.
No shit.
You are unmuted.
Looks so excited, Alan.
They got mobbed by a bunch of turtle riders wanting selfies out front. Tom's livid.
He was told not to.
Yeah, and these were people that had never been with them before, and they were like running up on Yannetti and Jackson and making them take selfies. They would not let them through, and the cops just stood there like, you guys asked for this.
Too bad.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have the witness, please?
So, good morning again, Counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, viewers. We appreciate your patience. Giving us this time actually helps streamline things today, so we appreciate that. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we left? Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you very much. Everybody answered those questions appropriately.
I don't know how they could possibly
can we
not.
have Sergeant Buchanan, please?
Very, very carefully. I can stay till 9. I don't have to start till 9, so I've got about 45 minutes. And if you're named after Boston's Carrie, wow, because that is one of my favorite songs like ever.
I love that name. Carrie Ann. I love that. I have a friend that was Carrie Ann. Love that.
I do.
I'm sure you guys do spell it different there over the pond.
Big damn pond.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
it is.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Circle back just to a couple things that from your testimony from yesterday. Going back to the video that you reviewed from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall. In total, from those 2 videos, how many drinks did you observe the defendant consuming over her time?
The video shows 9 drinks being consumed by the defendant.
And that's between when she arrives at C.F. McCarthy's until the time that she leaves the waterfall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I could turn your attention to the ring videos from 1 Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's residence. From the videos that you observed, let me ask you first, as far as, do you know how those cameras work as far as when they turn on and when they turn off?
My understanding is that ring surveillance video is triggered to be recorded through motion. So if the camera detects motion, which is constantly live monitoring, and motion is detected, then that video is captured to a cloud-based system that retains that footage.
And from your review of those videos, what kind of motion would set those off? Like what kind of things would be recorded from the driveway camera?
Be activity in the driveway, such as a person walking through, bird landing, a vehicle pulling in, individuals, moving around in the driveway, and so forth.
And the search warrant that was applied for was any and all videos between January 24th and January 30th, correct?
For one of the search warrants, that's correct, yes.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, activity based on information that you had received was not available or was not shown on those ring videos?
The data returned had video that would have been captured from the defendant arriving home after midnight on the 29th, after she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road. That video was not present in the data that was returned from Ring. There was
What, if any, other video in addition to that one was not present?
There was also video missing from the defendant showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the damage to her right rear taillight.
And what, if any, follow-up or when, if any, inquiry was then done with regard to Ring as far as those types of videos or deletion, or how those videos could not be present?
Correspondence with Ring produced information that
Sustain.
Let me ask just first, was there follow-up with Ring in regard to those videos?
yes, there was.
And was there ever anything produced with regard to those videos or those timeframes from Ring?
No, there was not.
If I could turn your attention over to your
Yago,
time in
we
site,
laugh at
just in
trolls like
reference
you, honey.
Subsequent to that, later on, what, if
Laugh.
anything, did you receive?
That's what we do
or
here.
What, if anything, did
People
you
like
request?
you.
What, if anything, did you receive
Bye-bye now.
from the Dayton Police in regard to January 29th, 2022?
I communicated with the Dayton Police Department requesting documentation from their officers' calls for service at our request, and log notes, logs from their dispatching center, as well as any reports that would document their activity if such reports existed.
And did you, what, if any, information did you receive in relation to that?
I received a log note or log printout from their CAD system, and I received a report authored by Officer Barrows.
And did you also receive any 911 calls?
Yes.
And who was the party as far as the 911 caller in regard to those 911 calls that you received?
It was Mr. Reed.
And again, just for clarity purposes, that's the defendant's father, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's from the morning of January 29th, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd, 2022. At some point that morning, where did you go?
During the morning hours of February 3rd, we planned to meet at 34 Fairview Road. Myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper DeChico arrived at that location in order to conduct a secondary search of the area as the temperatures were turning and the snow was melting naturally. We decided to do another search for articles that were now, we realized and learned, were missing and could be of evidentiary value and aid in the, in the investigation.
And with respect to going to 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, tools or what, if anything, did you bring with you, you and the other troopers, in regard to conducting that secondary search?
I requested the troopers bring shovels, rakes, anything like gardening items that would help them to dig through the snow and locate any missing items.
And as far as the temperature change that you're talking about, how precipitous a change are we talking about?
The temperatures went above freezing, so the snow did begin to melt, and it was significantly warmer compared to the 18 degrees the night of the incident.
Now, you mentioned items of evidentiary value that you had learned of and were looking for. What, if any, clothing items of Mr. O'Keefe were you looking for specifically on February 3rd?
We were specifically looking for Mr. O'Keefe's baseball cap.
And in addition to yourself, Trooper Proctor and Trooper DeChico, who, if anyone else, did you notify, or who, if anyone, from any other unit within the state police responded that day as well?
We requested the assistance of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, and Trooper Evan Brent showed up to assist us with documentation of the location and the evidence that we were hopefully going to find.
And from those, Trooper Brent arrived and took photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that Trooper Brent arrived in relation to your arrival?
I believe he was already present when we pulled up, but I'm not sure to his exact time of arrival.
And with regard to that day, what, if anything, in general terms, what, if anything, were you able to locate and where was it, generally speaking?
We located Mr. O'Keefe's baseball hat. We located a drinking straw from a cocktail glass. We located items of plastic, colored plastic, and other shards of colored plastic at the location. All those items were located on the grass portion of the yard near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? And Sergeant, I'm going to show you a series of photos, but I'm going to break this up a little bit.
So, Mr. Lally, with your back to the jurors and the air conditioning on, I'm sure they can't hear you.
My apologies. So, sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some photographs, a series of them, but I'm going to break them up a little bit just to make it
Okay, sir.
hopefully quicker. Sir, first I'm going to show you 10 photographs. Ask if you could review those, look up when you're finished. Thank you. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs documented the items located at 34 Fairview Road on the grass as the snow receded through the melting temperatures that were revealed to be positioned in the grass.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the minutes and exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just ask to publish some of these photos. For the
Yes.
one moment, Sharon.
Sure.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with photograph 7659. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 468?
I do.
And if you could, just for orientation purposes, describe to the jury whereabouts in relation to 34 Fairview Road we are in this picture.
As standing on the street of Fairview Road, we're looking at the left side of the yard. In the top right corner, you can tell that there is a flagpole depicted in that photograph and a telephone switch box that's open on the left side, which is on the border of 34 Fairview Road.
And if I could ask from this photograph, if you know, correct?
I love you.
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 There's no war so hateful.
That was
as
a
war
disturbing
between
commercial.
kin. And no war so bloody as a war between dragons.
It was, right?
House of
Don't
the
even let me skip
Dragon,
it.
streaming exclusively on Max.
The grass has not revealed itself just yet.
Now, as far as the photographs of various items that were located on this date of February 3rd, the photographs that were they taken as they lay, or were they touched or manipulated in any way prior to the photograph being taken?
The items photographed were discovered as soon as we realized what is being discovered through the digging and excavation process. They were then photographed instantly. Certain items were revealed naturally through the melting process and the snow, no longer concealing those items underneath.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 7666? And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 470.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a clear black and red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7669. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's now up on the screen as Exhibit 473?
Yes, that is another piece of plastic.
And sort of towards the top middle of the screen, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that's a fire hydrant from 34 Fairview Road, grass area.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, 4670. For the record, this is Exhibit 474. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And is that a closer-up image of what was depicted in the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7672. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 476?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Another piece of red taillight plastic.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7673. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, depicted in what's now marked as Exhibit 477?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the fire hydrant and telephone switch box located on the edge of the property line at 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the photographs that I had just placed before you, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
The property at 34 Fairview Road, left corner towards the street, capturing the flagpole and the telephone switch box.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Call multitude to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish a few of the photos from this set.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7681. Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen. It has now been marked as Exhibit 481.
I do.
And if you could describe to the jury what's depicted in this photograph.
A red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next one, 7682.
Can you use the pointer to show us where that is, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, 7682. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 482?
I do.
You know, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
For what? No one's
Sorry.
objecting to anything. They're going through the photos the way they agreed.
Sorry, guys, I'm dealing with something right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the sidebar is about. Doesn't make much sense to me. Hey, Ellen. Hey, Trisha. She did voices, and I don't understand why. I mean, we just watched Jackson and Lolly agree that this is the way they're going to do it, and Jackson didn't object. Actually stood up and said, "No objections, Your Honor," to this batch of photos. So the reason they're doing this, Slanda, is because the defense keeps banging and banging and banging on that there was no evidence collected. Why were they collected so or delivered so many weeks apart? The implication is that Michael Proctor was driving around with the evidence in his car for weeks. No, he wasn't. It was delivered to the crime lab when it was collected. It just wasn't
You are
collected till the snow
unmuted.
melted.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, 7682. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 482?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be? Is
A red piece of plastic.
that the same piece of plastic, the close-up image from the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7684. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 484?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A white clear piece of plastic and a red piece of plastic.
And lastly, from this, sir, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7687. Sir, again, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as Exhibit 487.
I do.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the photos before you, have you had a chance to review that set of 10 as well?
Not this one yet, not yet.
If you could, please. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Items that were located in the street, being the black cocktail drinking straw, and then black pieces of plastic, molding plastic, and clear pieces and molding from taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off to seek to introduce and admit the next time.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor.
If you're talking about why they didn't take pictures of her car in the driveway before they put it on the tow truck, that's because they wouldn't have seen anything. It was covered in snow.
Thank you.
No damage was visible. They had to get it back to the garage and let it melt first. And then they did
Your Honor, with the
document it.
court's permission, if I could display some of
Yeah, Ellen, he is, says Brian from LTL. Oh, yeah, we're the stream is muted.
It's the same item from just prior, just zoomed in more, showing the detail of the black molding, the clear clear plastic, and red plastic.
Sergeant, as far as those photographs before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those?
They're pieces of red plastic, pieces of clear plastic, and a piece of glass.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit the next 10 exhibits.
No objection.
Thank you. It's 498, 508. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish
Wait, the
just a
judge-
few of these photographs for the jury.
Just like really-
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7700. For the record, this is now exhibit 498. Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at a red piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler on the edge of the grass on the property at 34 Fairview Road by the road.
And if you could, sir, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that item to be within this photograph.
Right there.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7705. And for the record, this is exhibit 502. And Sergeant, if you could, again, describe to the jury what, if anything, of significance you noted there.
It's a shard of red plastic next to a measuring ruler.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7708. The record, this is now Exhibit 504. Again, Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you know in this area.
There is a black piece of plastic molding next to a measuring ruler.
And lastly, from this set, Ms. Gilman, exhibit, excuse me, photo number 7712. Again, for the record, this is Exhibit 508. And again, Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you know in this.
A clear piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler.
That's found on the grass area as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to that new set of photos before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that those photographs to contain?
They contain small red pieces of plastic from 34 Fairview Road on the grass area where we located the others. Also contain a flimsy piece of circular, like very malleable plastic, clear plastic, in addition to that.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Come up, seek to introduce the minute of the next 10 exhibits.
No objection. Thank you.
The shards would cut his arm if they were already broken when his arm went into the tail light. If his arm broke the tail light, the shards would only poke through. If you've ever fallen on your knees on the sidewalk and busted your knee open without tearing your jeans, that's
Oh
what
my
his
God,
arm
that
breaking the
hurt.
tail light would do.
And that hurts so bad. I think that hurts even worse than when you tear your jeans, because you also get the
Yeah, I
fabric
think so too.
burn too.
Yep. Yeah, I've done that. I don't know how many times.
Oh, look, Dr. Evil, day 2, same clothes.
Thank you. And Your Honor, may I publish some of these photos for the jury?
Yes.
Oh, Ellen, you'll be loving that new knee in about 6 more weeks. Oh my God, you'll love that new knee. Trust me on that one.
7715. For the record, this is now Exhibit 511. Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph.
That is the thin, malleable, circular in shape, a piece of clear plastic that was located in the lawn area of 34 Fairview Road.
Mr. Lawley, keep your voice up. We can't hear you now. And I hate to say that, but we really can't.
It
Now,
looks
lastly,
like a
Sergeant, there's that set of photos that I just placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are items. Those are items recovered in the lawn at 34 Fairview Road. Those items are a shard of glass, a BPD baseball hat with an American flag, and
Oh, a hat. Go figure.
stains of blood.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? They said a hat.
No objection. Sorry. No objection.
That one round clear plastic one from a distance does look like an implant, doesn't it? Looks
That's
like
what I
somebody
said. It looked like a
popped an
pop
implant in the front yard.
implants. You knew where I was going with that. I was like, who lost their boob implant?
Nipple and all.
I mean, it was really wild. And I'm wondering if that wasn't like
if that isn't inside of the housing, the light housing unit, because it's a malleable piece of plastic, right? It's very bendable. And the round of it kind of looks like the shape of the Lexus taillight.
It could be like if the LED is a bar
Right.
rather than individual bulbs.
That's
It
what I
could be
was
like the
thinking. If it's like
mounting.
an LED bar, it might be the thing that like holds it all together and keeps it in place and doesn't. But I could be wrong too. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it is possible that that's like the mounting surface of a bar, kind of like an old neon, like a circular old neon sign.
That's exactly what it looks like, Bree. That was exactly where I was going with it. Wow. Get out of my head, please.
I would like to point out
Thank you very much.
that the witness
Your
currently
Honor,
on
with
the
court's-
stand.
Sorry. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos for the jury as well?
Yes.
Is Secret Service security cleared to protect the president? There's like 2 people in the country with higher security clearance, and they run the joint.
And Ms.
So-
Gilman, if I could have photograph 7727.
He has an amazing
This is now exhibit 520.
work background.
And again, Sergeant, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
I observed a shard of glass next to a measuring ruler.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7729.
Good luck, Ellen. Thinking of you.
For the record, this is exhibit 522. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
It's a larger piece of red plastic with black molding around the edge, located next to the telephone switch box on the grass area at 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7733. For the record, this is exhibit 526. And Sergeant, from this photograph, what, if anything, are we looking at here?
This photograph here depicts the area which we are excavating during the morning hours of February 3rd, 2022. As the shovel works its way towards the grass, my laser pointer is directing your attention to Mr. O'Keefe's hat that was compacted underneath the snow on the ground.
Now, as far as this photograph is concerned, does that accurately depict the depth of the snow that you were digging into and sifting through on the morning of February 3rd?
It does.
And that, again, is several days after the blizzard of January 29th, correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 7740. For the record, this is exhibit 530. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at Mr. O'Keefe's hat on the grass, pressed down and compacted to a flat surface underneath the snow, which has been excavated around it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Damn it, why didn't they say where that was in relation to the body?
Thanks, Jim.
Sergeant, on February 3rd, 2022, is that the first time that you had been at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
And with respect, if I could turn your attention briefly to the following day of February 4th. Did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what brought you to 34 Fairview Road on February 4th?
Having excavated those items on the 3rd, I directed the troopers in my office, who obviously reside in the communities around us, to make a point to travel by that location every day on the way to work and every day on the way home. The purpose of that was to see if anything else was to reveal itself as the snow naturally melts away and items could present themselves. So on the February 4th, as I am traveling to work, I diverted my typical route of travel to go by 34 Fairview Road. Just prior to my arrival, I received a call stating that there was Canton police representatives at the scene, and more items have been revealed due to the melting snow, and that I should come collect those items. I was down the street. I arrived and collected the item that presented itself.
And if you recall, that item that you collected on February 4th, was that located on the lawn, on the street, or something else?
It was on the lawn.
Now, with reference to your collection of these items, either on February 3rd, February 4th, or on any sort of subsequent date, how were they collected, and what exactly did you do with them in reference to the seizing of the items and storage of the items?
Each item that was collected was placed in a evidence paper bag. The collection was done by utilizing latex gloves to prevent any transfer of evidence from fingerprints to DNA onto those items. Then those items were transported to our office, logged into the system, and stored in the evidence lockers at the office.
In each of those respective bags of items or evidence, they were sealed as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to February 10th of 2022, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day as well?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you seize on that particular day?
We seized more shards of glass and plastic.
And if you know, or if you recall, how many pieces did you seize on that particular day?
My memory is exhausted to that, but the exact numbers annotated in on the bags that the items were placed into.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you documents, just ask you to look at that section and look up when you're finished.
I think Lolly is kind of watching the jury, and he knows that they're with him. I mean, that's a guess, but he's not acting like he's, losing them. He's not acting frantic.
Sergeant, is your memory refreshed as to how many items and what the items were that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it is.
And what were those items and how many, sir?
There was 6 items of clear red and black plastic and 14 items of plastic and glass.
Now, in addition to the dates that you were present at 34 Fairview Road and recovered items, them being February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, were there other dates that you're aware of that items were recovered by troopers that you supervised?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were those dates?
The dates were January 29th, February 11th, and February 18th.
Were there items recovered on February 8th as well?
Yes.
Now, as far as your direction or having, let me first start with you. So on the dates that you were there, February 3rd, 4th, and 10th, were you alone on those dates, or were there other troopers with you when you were there?
On the 4th, I was alone as far as state police personnel. There were other Canton law enforcement representatives at the scene with me as I collected that one item. On the other days, I was accompanied by other troopers.
And as far as you know, obviously not being present, but from your supervision of these troopers, were there other occasions where individuals were at 34 Fairview Road? Were they alone, or were they with a group of troopers?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, as far as the items that were recovered when you were there on February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with a box. First, just ask if you recognize that box.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's the box storing items logged into evidence as they relate to this case.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, may the sergeant open the box?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, first, Sergeant, with regard to the items as far as plastic and/or glass that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, if you could locate those items.
I'm here until I get this phone call back, and I'm just raging at the moment. So
You're fine. Don't even. You're fine.
Yeah, we're good.
We got you.
We're going to watch Trooper Everything Great
Sergeant, with
About
respect,
America
to
open
each
these
of those
bags.
bags, they
And he's
contain
so
items of,
easy on the
evidentiary
eyes.
value, whether they be plastic or glass, that were recovered
God,
on
he's
February 3rd.
pretty.
Is that correct?
leave it up to you
That's
guys
correct.
to make me laugh when I'm,
I'm sorry,
fucking
how many
raging.
bags in total do you have there?
Oh my
before
God,
you?
he is so
I
pretty.
have 3 bags, 2 containing broken glass and plastic, and a stirring straw, a broken red plastic and clear plastic, and a bag containing 1 black Boston Police Department hat.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in minutes the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
Okay.
No particular order.
Pretty, hot, smart, able to stop a speeding bullet with his pecs. What more can you ask for?
Super Buchanan.
Captain America. Good morning, Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 537, with the court's permission, may the sergeant remove that item, the hat, from the bag and display for the jury.
Yes.
Do you guys see what Kathy said this morning? She loaded them kids up in the car to haul them to the doctor. Guess what? It's tomorrow, not today.
Oh my God, you poor thing, Kathy. Listen, I've done it. I've done it. Guilty. Done it.
Same.
Morning, Mary.
Kathy, I've driven 250 miles on the wrong day before, so I feel your pain. I might have giggled, but I feel it.
Hey, Mary. I've never driven that far. You got me on that one. Oh, look there. It's the hat that doesn't exist.
Oh,
yeah,
look.
the hat that doesn't exist. Sure, yeah.
Oh, man, he is not thrilled about having to pull all this out and show it. He's like, I'm not a show pony.
And another conspiracy. Poof.
My God, like those people
Sergeant, from
last
your
night.
observations
Oh,
of Mr. O'Keefe on surveillance video from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall on January 29th, what, if any, similarities did you observe between the hat that you just displayed and located on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road and the hat Mr. O'Keefe is wearing in those videos?
It appears to be the same exact hat.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the box of other items, if you could remove what, if any, items you recovered and seized from 34 Fairview Road on February 4th. And again, sir, just for the record, what's contained within that bag from February 4th?
Contained within the bag is a piece of red, hard plastic taillight cover.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 538.
And lastly, Sergeant, with regard to the box, if you could remove the items that you seized from February 10th, 2022. And Sergeant, with respect to those 2 bags of items, if you could just inform the jury what is contained within those bags.
Bag labeled item number 10 contains 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Bag labeled number 11 is containing 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your Honor, the call will proceed to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
New Alka-Seltzer Fizzy Melts. Fast fizzy relief of occasional heartburn.
Yeah, well, you know,
no water needed.
A little heartburnish, so it fits.
I'm sorry, was that 5:39 and 5:40?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Moving on from that, if I could bring you back just one last time to bring videos from One Meadows Ave, as far as you had testified earlier that there was no video that you observed of the defendant, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, looking at the passenger side taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any video of the defendant, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, actually leaving from One Meadows Ave on that morning of January 29th?
There was not.
Now, as far as the videos that were not there, as far as the defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts leaving, the next video depicted Mr. Camerano arriving at the residence to pick up Ms. Furbush, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with regard to the missing video of the defendant arriving at One Meadows Ave on January 29th, sometime after midnight, the video immediately preceding that, again, would have been Mr. Camerano arriving and picking up his daughter from One Meadows Avenue sometime around 11:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And those videos were both present, correct?
That's correct.
If I could bring you back to February 3rd, 2022. On that date, did you have occasion to meet with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes, I did.
And when you met with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone from your office, was with you when you met?
Trooper Mike Proctor was from my office present during that interview.
And during the course of that interview, what, if any, documentation did Mr. Higgins provide you with?
Mr. Higgins provided me with a printout of a Celebrate extraction containing conversations via text message between him and Mr. John O'Keefe and between him and the defendant. He also provided a digital copy of the same extraction on a CD.
Now, what, if anything, did you advise Mr. Higgins of at that time as far as Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the defendant's phone?
I advised Mr. Higgins that we were in possession of both of those devices and would have the extraction and accurate documentation of those conversations.
And did he seem to understand that when you told him?
Yes, he understood it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that, folks.
Now, also on February 3rd, at some point, did you have occasion to go inside of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
And who, if anyone, did you interview inside of 34 Fairview Road on that date?
I interviewed Mrs. Albert.
That would be, just for the record, Nicole Albert, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, was present with you during that interview of Nicole Albert?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor was present with me.
Anybody else from the Albert family present in the home or present during the course of that interview?
Mr. Brian Albert was also present. I don't know who else exactly was present in the home. I just know that those 2 residents were in the room with us.
And where was Brian Albert at the time that you conducted the interview of Nicole Albert?
In the room with us, seated next to her.
Now, with reference to, I'm going to ask you just a little bit about sort of the interview process as far as the interviews that you conducted in this case.
Yes.
If you could describe to the jury, starting with sort of how many people from your unit are present for a given interview and how those interviews are conducted?
We conduct interviews always at pairs. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Typically, during a regular investigation into a homicide or any death investigation, we pair up our troopers with a local detective. In this instance, since Canton had recused themselves from interview portion of the investigation, they were not going to provide manpower for those interviews to be conducted. Thus, we had to utilize only troopers from our office in order to conduct those interviews.
And typically, obviously not perfect, but as far as the interviews that you were present for, about how long a period of time, generally speaking, were the interviews that you conducted in this case?
From my experience, I have learned that to fully communicate a course of recollection of events that an individual observes, experiences, or is aware of, and understand every detail of that experience, it would take approximately 45 minutes at a minimum to conduct a full interview with a witness in detail.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to June 9th of 2022. On that date, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during that meeting, did you have conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that conversation, or at least portions of it, memorialized in any way?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. Does that contain an audio recording, the best of your knowledge? Does that contain an audio recording of a portion of your conversation with Ms. Reed on June 9th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll hold the seat to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
All right. No objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, before we play this again, please be mindful of the instruction from yesterday. So you're about to hear statements allegedly made by the defendant, allegedly concerning the crimes with which she's charged in this case. Before you can consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether the statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or any questioning by the police, the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor, and you must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish that for the jury at this time?
Yes, do you want to turn off the air conditioning? Is this very short, right?
It is very short, and if we could, please, yes.
Yeah. And this is just audio, correct?
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up at her and calling out her. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My tail leg was cracked and John was pulverized.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, on hearing that statement from the defendant, what was your reaction?
Objection.
Sustained.
On hearing that statement, what, if anything, did you do?
I advised the defendant not to further speak.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Now, at some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic findings relating to the defendant's tail?
Yes, I was.
And specifically DNA findings?
Yes.
And specifically that there were...
Objection.
Sustained. Yes. You can turn the air conditioner.
Is this a sidebar? I feel like this is a sidebar. Does this feel like a sidebar to you guys?
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Okay, look, it's way too early for all these sidebars again today. I'll be drunk as a skunk on shots of water.
Dude, that many sidebars. Can you imagine if we really did shots like every sidebar? I think everybody would be drunk by like 10 a.m.
Yeah, I'd be under the table and the kids would have to be cooking the meals today, and we all know that's not going to happen. Yeah, just do like I do. My dumb butt, I thought it was Friday. I thought we had a pediatrician's appointment. I get up, get everybody ready, wake my poor husband up who works late, doesn't get to bed till late. We go out to the truck and find out it's Friday.
It happens,
Not
dude.
today.
It happens. We've all done it. I've done it. And then they're like, oh, it was yesterday. Oh, it's tomorrow. And I'm like, ah, yeah, shit. Now I guess we're driving another 30 miles tomorrow to go to the doctor.
Unmuted.
Oh, here they go. Poor Peg O'Keefe, dude. She's a rock star.
Have one moment.
Yes.
I was right that people would go running straight to social media screaming that Paul is definitely free Karen Reed because he wore salmon yesterday.
So Sergeant Mechanic, on January 16th,
Oh, yeah, God forbid he wear a
2024,
color.
At some point in that day, did you meet with a Sergeant Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
I did.
And who, if anyone else, well, let me ask you this. As far as any other troopers from your office, who, if anyone else, was there with yourself and Sergeant Gallerani?
Trooper Mike Proctor.
And what was the purpose of your meeting with Sergeant Gallerani, Trooper Proctor, on that morning?
Collection of our DNA.
And was that something that you did voluntarily?
Yes.
And how was it that the sergeant collected your DNA?
Through a buccal swab.
And were you present when Trooper Proctor submitted to a buccal swab as well?
Yes, I was.
And then as far as the swabbings that were taken from both yourself and Trooper Proctor, were those logged into evidence by you, or did Sergeant Gallerani take them with him when he left?
Sergeant Gallerani took him when he left.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
The pronunciation is messing with me. I've always heard it said buckle.
No, it's a mucosal buccal. It's a buccal fat pad flap.
I call it buccal too. Buckle, buccal, yeah. Tomato.
Buccal is the actual word. People mix up buccal and buckle all the time, but it's a buccal swab.
I just thought it was like different regional pronunciations of the, because it's the BUCCAL, right?
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm actually missing my buccal fat pad flap on my right side. That's part of what they had to take out when I had all the infection in my mouth.
Ouch. There's nothing worse than mouth problems.
Oh,
Teeth.
baby, I went in for a root canal and ended up losing all my teeth and getting osteomyelitis.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that, and I'm like, oh my God, you poor fucking thing.
That's horrible. You're supposed to avoid that with root canal, not cause it.
Right.
The dentist didn't use his autoclave properly.
Oh.
And he skipped step 3 and he skipped step 2 in a 3-step cleaning process. Like the
That's okay.
Sterilization process.
Oh my God.
Thank you very much.
How to sue a dentist.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't even get to sue because I wasn't well enough in my 16 months.
You guys only have 16 months. We have 3 years here.
Sergeant Butnick, I want to start with one of the latter things that you discussed with Mr. Lally. That's specific to the ring video that y'all talked about this morning. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
The search warrant that produced, and just so we're clear, I'm talking about the specific ring video or series of videos that were associated with One Meadows, John O'Keefe's home.
Okay.
Okay. You didn't write the search warrant for those ring videos, did you?
I did not.
You were not the affiant for those search warrants.
I was not.
Who was the author of the search warrant and the affiant?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor.
Who received the actual ring video or videos from the Ring Corporation?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor received it.
And who ultimately either logged those into evidence or controlled those once they were received from the Ring Corporation?
I believe it was Trooper Mike Proctor.
And ultimately, Sergeant Butnick, you did note that in addition to just the physical videos themselves, that login information and login keystrokes, et cetera, were requested from the Ring Corporation as well, correct?
There was discussion with Ring asking for those logs.
I'll call it, is it correct to say an activity log?
That's what was requested, yes, activity log, yes.
So ultimately, the activity log would show who logs in, who accesses the data, things of that nature, correct? Or at least that was the hope.
That is what was requested.
All right. It would also show logging in and executing deletions, manipulating the log files, things of that nature, correct?
That is what was requested, yes.
When you reviewed those log or activity logs, there was no evidence revealed that my client ever logged into that account, correct?
There was no activity logs provided by Ring.
So you have zero, hang on. Isn't it true that Ring contacted Trooper Proctor and indicated that they had created a Dropbox folder that contained the evidence that had been sought in the search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that the search warrant return specified account information, video recordings, and number 3, activity logs associated with the video recordings for all times displayed in UTC?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Do you recall that activity logs were in fact provided from the Ring Corporation?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Take a look, Sergeant, at that paragraph, which my finger's on. It's about the 3rd paragraph down, the middle of the page, and review that to yourself and let me know when you're finished.
Well, there was 17 things deleted between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. and she's the only one who could have had access to it since Sean was incapacitated after 12:30. So yeah, pretty doubtful.
You can see this guy today. He's more mentally tired than he was yesterday.
Which sucks because he's on a cross today. So,
right. And you heard him verbalize it earlier. You heard him say, I'm mentally exhausted. I mean, and you can see it.
I know he was saying like his memory was exhausted for that exact thing you were
Right.
asking about.
Right. But you can also see it in him today. He's he looks like his demeanor is a little bit different today.
He's also got to try to recall all this shit. He does murder investigations. This is what he does. So all over the state.
I know.
So it's like you got to recall every little tiny little fucking thing about one case when you're probably got a couple cases right now going and a couple before that, a couple before that. Like,
and the last thing you want to do is be sitting in a damn courtroom testifying.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
May I
well, they
approach,
do
Your Honor?
get paid pretty well to do it.
Does this refresh your recollection as to the items received from the Ring Corporation?
That is the first time I saw that document, so it does not refresh my recollection. I simply read it.
So do you have a recollection as you sit here that in fact during the course of your investigation, the 3 items that you received from the Ring Corporation were the account information, the video recordings, and quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, all times displayed in UTC?
To the extent of its availability, as it says in that document.
Okay. The long and short of it is, during the entire course of your investigation, you never revealed that investigation never revealed any evidence whatsoever that my client ever even accessed the account information for the Ring account associated with this search warrant, correct?
Nothing provided by Ring proved or suggested or proved any evidence of that type of activity, no.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I am not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry.
Nice.
Got him.
Sergeant Buchanan.
How do I say it?
Buchanan.
I'll give that
Can't.
a shot.
It's fine.
Buchanan.
Buchanan?
Yes.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Still not right. Buchanan.
Call him Sergeant.
Yeah, just call him Sergeant.
On January 29th, you were notified about a Boston police officer found gravely injured outside the home of 34 Fairview at about 6:40 in the morning. Was that your testimony?
That is not.
What time were you notified?
I was not notified it was a Boston police officer.
So you didn't have that information upon the first notification?
I did not.
Okay, what information did you have?
There was a male party in the snowbank, possibly of a heart attack.
At what point did you learn that the individual was, in fact, a sworn Boston police officer?
I do not know exactly when I learned that he was a Boston police officer.
You think it was during that day or the following day?
It was most likely that day, either. Yeah.
Fair enough. Trooper Proctor was ultimately assigned as the, what did you call him? Not lead investigator, but case officer?
That's correct.
He was assigned on the 29th, correct?
He was on call from 7 a.m. on January 28th until 7 a.m. on January 29th.
So his assignment was, he was assigned on the 29th because he was on call.
He was on call. His assignment took effect when the schedule came out back in mid-December.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, he wouldn't be assigned to this investigation.
Yes.
He was assigned to that day in December.
And to work.
I mean, once the call came in, he was the assigned case agent.
Once the calls come in, the person that's on call is automatically assigned that case.
All right. Did you personally, as his supervisor, did you personally respond to 34
ATM
on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Did Trooper Proctor, at your
Welcome.
direction or on his own, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time on January 29th?
No, he did not.
Based on your initial investigation, and I'm talking about going way back, Sergeant, on your initial investigation, by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning, it was your belief that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the face by a person. That was your initial understanding of the circumstances surrounding the investigation, correct?
My initial understanding was that the defendant stated that she hit him. We did not know the...
Sergeant, you hadn't even met my client at that point. You hadn't interviewed a single witness by 10:41 in the morning, correct? Not one witness.
That's not correct. We had already interviewed the first responders.
Okay, when I say witness, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. So at 10:41, you hadn't interviewed a person. at
No, they
Newport
interviewed the
Therapy
EMT,
or
so they
associated-
know she said they knew she
civilians
said that.
associated with this incident,
I'm
correct?
pretty sure those are
At that
civilians.
point, no civilians have been interviewed now.
But at 10:41,
Right,
Sergeant,
still civilians.
you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote. Correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh my God. I do not like Jackson. I don't like him.
Why would it?
Dirty, slimy, fucking asshole.
Why would a state trooper call the
to-
hospital to tell them what
Right.
happened to the victim? They're trying to figure out what happened
If you
to,
wouldn't
because
mind,
the hospital's going to figure it out.
special attention to the
Right.
second page, the bottom paragraph where it's tabbed in pink.
Man, look at that shirt he's wearing. That's a custom tailored shirt. He's wearing cufflinks too.
I really think that with this man's credentials and with this man's experience, Jackson calling him by the wrong name and then repeatedly mispronouncing his last name is
Oh, yes.
not gonna fly with anyone with respect for law enforcement
No.
on that jury.
That was an ultimate slap in the face. Right? He is sharp. Oh God, he is pretty to look at, and he's smart too. He's like Massachusetts Captain America.
I like that he is getting his point across, but he's not fighting back. He's just giving, boom, I didn't say that. Boom, I don't remember that. Boom, that's not what I said. Boom. No, we weren't given any activity logs by Ring. I mean, he's just very deadpan, straight to the point. I like that.
I like how you can see it processing through. He's like, what is this piece of paper? All right.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Having reviewed this, does this refresh your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time?
That is not true.
What did you say to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is for the medical examiner's office.
Got him.
I'm asking you where the document is from. I'm asking you if the document says Trooper Yuri Buchanan called back at 10:41 stating the case is now being treated as a suspicion.
The objection sustained.
Did you call back to Good Samaritan Hospital and say that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious due to a domestic situation? Did you say that?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital.
Did you say that there's a possibility that D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever contact anybody at any medical facility and indicate that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious, in quotation marks, because the victim appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass? Did you ever say
Objection.
that?
Allow that. Did you ever say that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I did say that to the medical examiner's operations desk.
Okay, so when I was asking you if you ever sent it to Good Sam, you said, no, that's not true. That's never happened. You were correcting me on the fact that it happened at the medical examiner's office, not at this.
I responded and answered your question honestly, yes.
Okay, so honestly, you did, in
I
fact,
like this
at
guy.
10:41 a.m. indicate to another professional involved in the investigation that the circumstance was being treated as a physical assault at that point, correct?
I communicated our suspicions to the medical examiner's office.
And that was at 10:41 or thereabouts in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Your initial investigation during those obviously critical hours, the beginning hours, led you to believe that there was at least a good possibility, you indicated that you made a phone call, that it was a physical altercation that led to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What steps did you take, sir, in those moments, to determine whether someone in the house at 34 Fairview may have been involved in that physical altercation that you suspected at the time?
As investigations develop, we followed the evidence and statements made. The steps I took was Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to an eyewitness who was also present at the scene when the victim was discovered and interviewed Ms. McCabe.
And prior to that, prior to interviewing Ms. McCabe, by the way, that was at Ms. McCabe's home, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Even though you believe that there may have been a physical altercation, you didn't ask anybody to come down to the station. Is that right?
Oh my God,
Any
ginormous.
witnesses?
That's correct.
And you did not seek to actually go to the physical location of 34 Fairview in those next few hours
That's correct.
or the next few days, correct?
Not myself, no.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor did not either, did he?
No, he did not.
You didn't secure the interior of the house as a potential crime scene. You certainly know how to do that, right?
That's a compound question. Do you want me to answer whether I did it or whether I know how to do it?
Well, I'll ask the question. If you can answer it, please answer it.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
Why don't you answer both of them then?
First portion is we did not secure the home as a crime scene. And the second portion, yes, I do know how to do that.
And you didn't, as a Massachusetts State Police official, you didn't secure the outside as a crime scene either, did you?
I did not know.
To your knowledge, nobody else from Massachusetts State Police ever did either, did they?
Yes, they did.
How was that done and when?
When members of our office and the CERT team responded to that location and secured the front yard grass area and processed it.
That was at 5:45, 6 o'clock that night on the 29th?
I believe it was earlier, but I was not present, so I can't testify to the time.
So you don't know personally what they did to quote unquote secure or not secure the crime scene. You know they searched it, but in terms of securing it as a crime scene, you don't have personal knowledge to that.
I was not present.
Okay. You never took any photos of the interior of the house, correct?
I did not know.
You never caused CSSS to go inside the house?
Why would they? She was screaming, I hit him, I hit him. They have no probable cause to do that.
I did not, no.
No forensic criminalist at your direction ever went into 34 Fairview?
No, they did not.
And the people that you interviewed on January 29th, you already mentioned Ms. McCabe. The other people were her husband, Matt McCabe, correct?
That's correct.
And her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all three of them were interviewed where?
They were interviewed at the McCabe residence.
Now, yesterday when you testified, did you indicate that Brian Albert was not present in the home when you interviewed Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe?
He was not present in the dining room when we were interviewing each individual separately.
So if all three of them testified that he arrived before you arrived, they would all be wrong.
I did not see him in the home when we arrived, no.
I want to switch gears real quick to couple of the physical items that you testified about yesterday, specifically the gray shirt or the gray hoodie and the orange shirt. You and Trooper Proctor collected both of those items you indicated from the floor of the hospital at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you and Trooper Proctor immediately bagged both of those items. They were sort of sopping wet, I think you said.
That's correct.
You indicated that the bags were so wet that you had to take the items back out of the bags and then lay them out on, I think you said, butcher paper. Is that right?
The items were soaked and wet. They were bagged, double bagged, to prevent leakage of physiological fluids and the moisture coming off of it. And then once they were transported to the office, they were laid out on butcher paper in order to dry naturally.
So you went from Good Samaritan directly to Dighton, correct?
That is correct.
And then you went from Dighton directly to the Canton Police Department, after which you had seized the vehicle, correct? And the phone.
We seized the phone in the vehicle in Dighton and then followed the tow truck straight to the Canton Police Department.
So at some point, if you had received or gathered the wet clothing at Good Sam, went from Good Sam to Dighton to Canton PD, at what point that evening did you finally get those items of clothing out and laid out to dry?
It was late that night, around 10 or so.
So where were the items in the meantime?
They were stored in the back passenger compartment of my pickup truck.
In those double bags?
Correct.
They've been saying for 2 years that this was Michael Proctor, and it was 2 weeks.
At the office?
I do not recall.
Is that you or Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
At some point, obviously, it was getting late. You'd been on duty for a long time that day. You went home at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
Did you wait for those clothes to dry before you went home, or did you leave that in Trooper Proctor's hands?
No, once they were laid out in the processing area in the office, we went home.
Okay. Who would have controlled those items of evidence when you left?
Well, they're under lock and key within the secure area of the district attorney's office, so they're secured. Nobody's in physical control watching guard over them.
Who had access to that area?
Troopers in our office.
Meaning you, obviously.
Yes.
Supervisor. Trooper Proctor as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ultimately, given the fact that he was the case officer, sort of in charge, the lead, he would have bagged those items up, been responsible for taking those items, tagging them, getting them stored wherever they needed to be stored and processed, correct?
As a case officer, he could direct other people to perform those tasks for him. The evidence officers in the office log in the evidence, and once it was dried, it was sealed up, bagged, and put into storage. As far as who actually performed those tasks, I do not know.
Well, yesterday, Your Honor, may I approach the courts, right? There's a couple of evidence.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, we just ruled out that the hat's not missing anymore. It's in evidence.
Yep, as it always has been, just like the belt and shoes.
Oh my, yeah, but you know, they've always said that all this stuff was missing and it's never been missing.
For familiarity's sake,
Oh.
I recognize these two bags as bags that you brought to court with you yesterday.
They look familiar, yes.
Okay. This one has a 437 on it on my right. The one on my left has a 438 on it. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to open those. Don't worry about gloving up at this point. The bag on your left, which one is that? 437 or 438?
The bag on my left is 437.
437. Okay. And you indicated that those items were bagged after the clothing was dried and then ultimately processed in, logged in, correct?
Once the items dried, they were bagged and logged in, waiting processing. Yes.
But you didn't personally do that.
No, I did not. No.
Matter of fact, looking at the bag on your right, what's been marked as Exhibit 430, help me, 438, thank you. That one has some writing on it, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of hand writing on it. Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
You've seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting 1,000 times, I'm guessing, correct?
Not 1,000
Object to
times,
that.
but
Does it look like
Hearsay.
Yeah, objection.
it says Trooper Proctor on it. But other than that, I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting looks like.
All right. It indicates that Trooper Proctor is the one that bagged that item or those items up, correct?
Yes, this bag indicates that the item was collected by Trooper Proctor on 129
Right.
at 10.
And it says Brockton, correct?
But he collected it.
Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton. Yes.
You just took the question out of my mouth. That's where Good Samaritan Hospital is, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a tag or a printed label, looks like a label maker of some sort, that is on that physical bag, correct?
Yeah, that's shit.
Before we get to that, what's the description on that bag?
Yeah, it's crazy to me. I don't know why they are.
I'm sorry. Can you be specific as to description of what or?
Where it says description of items.
Description of enclosed evidence?
Correct.
It says 1 orange T-shirt, 1 gray long sleeve shirt.
Okay. So may I approach you on it?
Yes.
And before I do that, just so I close this loop, what's the description on the bag to your left, the one that looks like it's less sprinkled?
Number 437.
Yes. If you would read the same clothing description.
The description of enclosed evidence states sweatshirt with recovered items inside container.
Okay. May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday when you opened, I'll keep my voice up. Yesterday when you opened these two bags, this one, 437, has the gray sweatshirt in it. 438 has the orange T-shirt in it now, correct?
That's what was in the bag, yes.
All right. However, the bag indicates at one point, this bag, 438, the physical bag I'm holding in my left hand, had both the sweatshirt and the T-shirt.
Probably
together,
mislabeled,
correct?
dude. Who fucking knows?
That's what the description is. I do not know if that was in case or in fact.
Probably when they
case.
collected it and then they laid it out and then they had to put it in two different. I mean, it's not rocket science, dude.
The reason you don't know is because you're not the one that bagged it. Trooper Proctor did, correct?
The reason I don't know is I wasn't present during the separation of those items, and I did not observe it taking place, nor was I made aware of how the items were separated or when.
You are aware, however, that tag that's on the label maker looking tag,
This
the
is
white tag that's
literally
on that bag.
such a Hail
indicates that
Mary.
it was-
It's not even funny. Like such a
indicates
Hail Mary.
date of February 4th, correct?
You'd have to bring that back up.
I'm sorry.
I didn't take note of that.
He's going up against a man who has done more single-handedly for the
Right.
security of this nation than
May I
anyone in that courtroom combined.
Courtroom.
He's got
Yeah.
nothing.
direct your attention to the tag and the date associated with that tag?
Like, dude, I'm sorry, but like, this is such a Hail Mary to say.
The
like, oh,
label maker tag does have the date February 4th, 2022 on bag number exhibit 438.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yep.
That's obviously 6 days after the item was actually recovered on the 29th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that indicates, at least based on that tag, that that item was not booked into evidence and processed until 6 days after it was actually recovered on the floor at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
The date indicates February 4th, 2022.
Right. And that date would be indicative, in your experience, of the date that it's moved into processing by some other folks, the evidence sergeants or whomever, or the evidence officers rather, or whomever. correct?
I can't speak to their procedures as far as when they print the date. That date could be when they printed the label, but the bag might have been tagged otherwise. I do not know that.
But there's no other tag on that bag that suggests an earlier date, correct?
There's just that one tag from the label maker.
My question to you, if you know, sir, and you may not know, is what was happening to these items between January 29th, after you lost sight of them that night on the butcher paper, and February
They're in
4th,
evidence.
when that tag indicates that they were
Dumbass.
first processed?
To the
You
best
didn't
of my
lose
knowledge,
sight
those
of them.
items were drying on the butcher paper.
For 6 days?
If that's what the label maker says, yes, for 6 days. They were soaking wet.
They're
And
not
those
in a
would have been
dryer.
certainly accessible to and in the possession of the lead case officer in the case, is Trooper Proctor, right?
Yes, if Trooper Proctor needed to review those items, he would have access to those items. Absolutely.
Oh God, here
You're
we go
also
back when
aware
Proctor
that
says.
The first actual log of any chain of custody for those items is March 14th, when they were finally submitted 6 weeks later to the crime lab.
They're only committed to the lab when they say
That is not true. The first actual log of those items is when we collected them from the hospital.
Where's the log? I'm talking about
Really
the
like
physical
this
log,
guy.
like sign in, sign out log. Where's the log?
It's documented in the reports saying that we collected them.
I know that there's a report. Anybody can write a report, right? I could write a report. Doesn't mean anything. I'm
Yes, it
asking for a
does.
log.
It does.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It should
Obviously,
be stricken.
when items move in and out of people's custody in an official capacity for the Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's documented. Yes,
Or at least it should be, correct?
it's documented.
Where's the log of these items before March 14th?
It's documented in the report.
There is no log, is
They
there?
were in the same place. What do you mean by law?
I do not know.
I want to talk a little bit about some searches that Mr. Lally asked you about, February 4th and February 10th, very specifically. Both of those searches you were involved with out at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
But Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34 Fairview on either of those 2 days. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that now.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did.
Else took photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items.
Okay.
I don't think this
and the
man
first
understands what supervisors
report
do.
That indicates
Clearly not.
anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th. That was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be presented to me.
May I approach?
Yes.
Also, the evidence log would be a moot point anyway, because all it would
You don't
show
have to
was
read the
that
whole
Michael
thing, but if you
Proctor
can
took possession on February 3rd
Stick
and
to the part
kept it
that
till the
talks
14th.
about the February 4th and February
Right.
10th searches.
It doesn't really matter one way or another. That's the thing. The nitpicking is it doesn't matter. That doesn't have anything to do with what happened to John.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection? as to
Exactly.
The date of the report.
If it didn't
that
go
actually talks
nowhere, there
about
wouldn't be a
the
log of it
February
leaving.
4th and February 10th searches.
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as it relates to those 2 searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief
That-
Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to go by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location in the morning on the way to the office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank?
I do not know if Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes,
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of plastic
yes.
and stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for a conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves
From
due to
certain things.
only in respect to interviews. They
Yep,
didn't want to conduct interviews with us
Just
side by side.
interviews, dude. That's it.
If there's a conflict of interest, Sergeant, for a department, conducting the interview
There was
is
no
just
real
one
conflict.
aspect of.
Yep, they were never conflicted out.
I'm not going to speak to a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation, yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was they couldn't conduct interviews, but they could collect evidence,
Yeah.
store evidence?
Kevin Albert wasn't doing it, so what does it matter?
And it wasn't that they couldn't, it was that they didn't.
Right.
They could do all that, but not conduct interviews?
My understanding was they were recusing themselves from conducting interviews. They still allowed us to use their facilities. We utilized their conference room to conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their Sally Port, being the vehicle. So
Yeah.
that was
interviews.
my understanding.
There wasn't actually
Isn't it true that
a conflict. It was just the look of one with
that
Kevin
the
Albert. That's it.
entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family?
Kevin Albert had
on
nothing
whose
to do with any of
lawn
this
John
at all.
O'Keefe was found. That was the conflict, correct?
I knew that that was the connection between them, yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing from an investigative standpoint,
False.
nothing to do with this investigation.
False.
Correct?
All right,
were
I
not
do have to hop
conducting
down,
the
guys. Got to make a
investigation,
phone
no.
call for work. Love y'all.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I
ma'am.
agree.
And you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
Wow.
He would have to repeat it. There's just so much I can't.
It was a little wordy. I'll try it again. Did you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was at 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
The way you posed the question, I did not find it suspicious at all. He's the chief of the police in the town where he works, and he's driving down the street. I mean, that's not suspicious.
With a conflict of interest on the very case that he's driving
That's
by.
why they
Objection.
called the state police. Yeah, he's making it sound like
You certainly knew
course,
as
that they
a supervisor
planted.
over the
planted
case
it.
officer that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise
False.
your otherwise clean investigation.
False.
You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Did Chief Berkowitz disclose to you that morning on February 4th that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses on your case that morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you knew information about communication between and among Canton PD and your witnesses. You would find that inappropriate, would you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You returned to the scene on February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you said.
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How did you end up there is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believed at this point, sir, that whatever you might collect at the scene would obviously be important, correct?
Anything we collected that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
And it would be important to the investigation, right?
Depends. You wouldn't know that.
It is important, yes.
So my question is, was, especially as it relates to the February 10th search, where there were multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually either mark with GPS coordinates or measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic. We simply collected it for processing.
So the location of each one of those items was not of that?
No, because it was in snow and it melted, so it couldn't move. No, it was shoveled
It
around.
was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question. What does vicinity mean?
The street, the fucking
In
area.
the area.
Within 30 feet, you dumbass.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
It's a location, specific location.
Okay. Are we talking about, if we can do this all day, I guess, are we talking about?
And he's like, yep, we sure
Or
can.
an area of 50 feet?
Based on where the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between
Could you turn on closed captions?
the roadway
Do I know how? I don't know how.
into the grass.
How do I do it?
It's the
Look down at the bottom of the YouTube. Go to the YouTube tab you're sharing.
Okay.
And then look at the bottom.
That's
and
correct,
it should
yes.
say like closed captioning. There you go. Click that.
That's correct.
Somebody in the audience asked
Another
for
shard
it.
of glass that's in the grass.
It won't let me.
That's
closer to
correct.
the flagpole.
Unavailable.
Correct.
Oh, they're not available. Sorry. At least we tried.
So
I tried.
adjacent to the left side of the flagpole, correct? I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was closer to the electrical box, wasn't it?
No, the pictures
Oh, you do that in
documented where the hat
studio.
was.
Okay,
It
never
was to the
mind.
right
Sorry,
of
we
the
tried.
flagpole.
So these shards of glass, the point I'm asking is, did you seek to use basic cross coordinates, measurements from something that you know is a known object, like for instance, I don't know, a flagpole or a fire hydrant? 27 inches to the north and a foot and a half to the south of those two known points. That would give you a cross coordinate, correct?
It would document the exact location, correct?
And you did not do that with any of these items, correct?
The items that were not photographed were not also GPS located, but they were within the same vicinity of where the other items were collected.
But again, now we're back to the same question. Your word for vicinity might be different than my word for vicinity, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once we establish what the vicinity is, it doesn't change.
When you recover these items or any other items, it's obviously important to memorialize on the evidence bag or in some other way exactly where they're found, who found them, the date, time, etc. Correct?
We do the best we can to document all known information on each evidence item bagged at the time.
And in terms of the February 10th search, I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about that evidence bag. Did you bag the items into a single evidence bag that you found that day, or do you recall?
I would have to see the bag. If you have those available, I'll take a look. I can answer
With
them.
the court's permission, exhibit, I think it's 310 that was entered into evidence yesterday. I'd like to display that for us.
Okay.
You're looking at a photograph of what was previously entered into evidence as 310. Can you see that from where you're at? I don't have the evidence bag with me, so if you don't, I can certainly ask the space to enlarge it.
If you can enlarge it, please.
Just the portion of the right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I didn't realize I've got a photograph of it.
Do you need the lights on, Sergeant?
Please.
There you go.
Thank you.
Should make it easier.
Damn, these commercials are perfectly fine.
Sergeant, have you been able to familiarize yourself with that evidence bag?
With the photograph, yes.
Okay, thank you. Taking a look at that evidence bag, it has the information on it, has your name is collected by, correct?
Correct.
The date of collection is February 10th, is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And it indicates multiple pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, right? It actually says 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, correct?
That's correct.
But that is not an evidence bag that was filled out by you.
I did not fill that bag out, no.
As a matter of fact, that's Trooper Proctor's handwriting.
I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting is. I cannot confirm that that's his handwriting.
But it's not your handwriting.
It is not my handwriting, no.
So are you aware that this particular bag, that bag that contained those 6 items of plastic material that you already deemed was incredibly important to the investigation, was never brought into any evidence until March 14th, the date that it was submitted to the crime lab?
I was not aware of that, no.
We can take that down, Mr. Bates. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Did you ever draft a report yourself documenting the recovery of those 6 items and the other 14 items that you said that you found on the same date, February 10th?
I did not, no.
Did you leave that assuming that Trooper Proctor would document that?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
I'll ask it another way if I can. Did you believe that you didn't need to write a report, Sergeant, because Trooper Proctor would take care of that?
I knew that it would be documented. It was already documented on the actual bag as far as who collected it, when, where, what it was, and a report eventually would be authored on it.
But the where, for all these very intricate pieces, the where is left to 34 Fairview on the back, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
The general vicinity location of the other items collected and documented with photographs was consistent with the same locations this was collected.
I want to shift gears for just a second. Well, actually, I want to ask one final question about that item. Based on the documentation that you just mentioned, that it's documented on the bag, and if the bag is presented to the crime lab on on March 14th, some 5 weeks later, those items were completely unaccounted for from a log standpoint for the entire time from when they were collected until they were booked at the crime lab, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it
Did you
differently.
keep possession of those items, of those 4, 5, 6 weeks?
Are you talking about the items that were just displayed on the screen?
I am, sir.
I did not.
Now I'd like to shift gears to a ring video that you saw yesterday. It's in Exhibit 6, video number 153. That may mean nothing to you. It's the 5:07 a.m. video of Miss Reed's car pulling out of the One Meadows garage. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Okay. You indicated yesterday on questioning, under questioning by Mr. Lally, that Miss Reed's car came in contact with or close to coming in contact with the other vehicle, the Traverse, in the video. Is that right?
The video, as I watched the video, I observed the vehicle come near Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about. With the court's permission, may we play that video one more time?
Okay.
Tracy, if you can pull that up, and then I'm going to ask you to pause it and get out of the way. Okay? Okay. Can you just play that for a quick second, and then I'll ask you to pause it. Pause. Does that appear to be, I'm just pausing it in the first 2 or 3 seconds, does that appear to be the video that you saw yesterday?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bates, if you could enlarge the area around the the left rear tire of the Traverse. I'm going to ask you, sir, if you'll pay close attention to what's been zoomed. And when the SUV gets close to it, I'm going to pause it and ask you another question. Can you go ahead and play this?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
So why don't we pause the screen, take it down, and I'll see you at sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I am having somebody edit that for me, so it'll say sidebar chat. We don't got that yet, though. We don't got that yet. It's supposed to rain.
You do know who that is saying that, right? We think we got a super chat.
Yeah, this was all
church.
Yeah, yep. It was somebody. Bree actually told me all about that. So I was like, oh well, that's new information. Like,
My God, that's funniest. That still makes me giggle.
right. So again, them playing that video doesn't really do anything, especially since it's already been like, we clearly know that taillight was broken before she fucking, purposely backed into John's car at 1 mile an hour. Like it's clear as day that was broken already. So backing into his car where the bumper would have hit first anyway at 1 mile an hour is really not going to do anything but prejudice the jury. So I don't know if the judge will allow it in or not. She told me.
My thought would be is that it would go to show intent on her part of covering up all of the prior that happened. I wouldn't want that shown, but okay. I mean, to each their own.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's their theory that, their theory they're trying to sell the jury is that that's how her taillight got broken. Except she told Jen before she ever left that morning that her taillight was broken in front of her niece. So in front of John's niece. So come on now.
I don't like Jackson. He's like a slick talker.
Yeah.
If we can have the lights dim, Your Honor.
Sure.
Go ahead and enlarge the rear area of the Traverse. And I'm going to ask you to pay special attention to the back wheel and any movement that you may or may not see. Okay, pause it. in about the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm asking you to pay special attention to the wheel. Go ahead. We can have the lights on. And you can take that down.
Jeez.
Sergeant, were you able to see
Fucking
that
mile an
video? I know it's not the clearest thing in the world. Were you
Oh,
able to
that's
see that video?
awful.
Yes, I
What did
did.
you notice about the rear wheel of the Traverse?
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that there is movement, but the video speaks for itself.
There's no taillight
What would you assess based on the
anywhere.
movement of the rear wheel of the Traverse
Nothing.
about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay.
That was a cut and chop. Like, that's like a clip channel clipping shit together.
Yep. It's also 1 mile an hour, bro. It's not smashing a taillight. Sorry.
Well, if that's where the taillight was smashed, why is all the glass over at the
34 feet. Right.
Yes.
Once again, they're trying to say like it was all planted, except there was nobody who deleted the ring cam footage except Karen Reed between 1 and 5 a.m.
I just can't even. If that's what they're basing everything off, if that's their hinge pin, like, oh shit, you better go dig some more.
Yeah, there was nothing found there. That's the funny part. Like, sorry, not sorry, Karen Reed.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to use my time wisely, Your Honor. Yesterday, Sergeant, you were asked about a couple of videos related to the Sallyport garage. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, we watched one of them pretty specifically toward the end of the day yesterday. Did you actually, I want to talk about the one that is the clearer of the two where you slip. You remember that one?
If you pull it up, I can.
I will in just a second.
Okay.
There was one where Mr. Lally paused it and you were slipping in front of the vehicle.
I don't recall myself slipping, no, but it was icy that day. So if there's documentation of me slipping, I might have happened.
Fair enough. I didn't mean anything by that other than that was a moment that I thought you might recall to differentiate the videos. It's Exhibit 446, but I don't think that's going to help you. All right, let's see if I can do this another way. Did you actually personally go to Canton PD to retrieve any or all of the videos of the Sallyport? You yourself?
I did go to Canton and collect already extracted video.
Okay.
But it was a portion of video surveillance. I didn't collect all of the video, so
When was the most recent time that you went to Canton to collect a portion of the video?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did you review well, let me ask it this way. Did you collect a video that was sought on or about April 23rd, April 24th this year, meaning just a few weeks ago?
Did I collect it?
Correct.
I did not collect that video of April this year, no.
You're aware that the video that you saw yesterday was in fact collected after the trial started in April of 2024?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of when that video that we saw yesterday was collected?
Objection.
I am not aware.
Okay. Was yesterday the first time you'd seen that video?
No,
When had you seen that video previously?
a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have a meeting with the DA?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any kind of communication with Mr. Lally about your testimony?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
And we have a sidebar. Sidebar on the play, folks. Both attorneys.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Both attorneys have approached the judge's bench, and they are in private communications with the judge. So what if she was driving away, he threw the glass at the car, and that's what made her stop and back up and back into him? And Legatron, I would imagine that's where the vomit would come from. You generally, when you
are
have... And we are done with our sidebar.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have any meetings or communications with Mr. Lally in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
It was about 2 weeks ago, and then last week, I believe.
And what was discussed? Generally.
Generally, we discussed the portions of the case that I would be presenting.
Did you write a report about your communications with Mr. Lally?
No, I did not.
Were you shown any of the videos that you've seen here in anticipation of your testimony?
Not during the first meeting. I did review a video during the second time.
Okay, and that video was that you did see the second time was the interior video of the Sally Port that we saw yesterday, correct?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meeting, so I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me.
But you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You have seen that one before?
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Lally, correct?
That is not correct, because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally.
I see. All right. I'd like to talk about that Exhibit 446 for a second, and then I'll show it to you. You indicated that the video all the videos, everything that you saw yesterday was true and accurate, correct? Based on your memory of the events that were memorialized in the video?
The video captures events taking place in accurate fashion, yes.
In an accurate fashion. All right, that's what I wanted to find out. And after you watched the video, I think you were asked by Mr. Lally, does the video show you or Trooper Proctor having access to or messing with in any way that right rear tail light in any fashion? And you said, never.
I was asked if at any point Trooper Proctor and I had came into contact, I believe, or touched the vehicle and that portion of the vehicle. And I said, never, we never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant.
And that was specifically his question was to, and your answer was to the right rear portion of the vehicle, right? That right rear tail light.
The right rear damaged taillight, correct.
Right. With the court's permission, I'd like to play a portion of Exhibit 446.
Okay.
Before we begin playing it, Mr. Bates, if you wouldn't mind, may I inquire, Your Honor, of the witness, just to lay a foundation? Sergeant, do you recognize this as being the video that we saw yesterday?
It does look accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. This is 446, just so you have it in mind if I reference that. Spates, if you could play that. And I think it's runtime 120. Pause it. Do you recognize that as the video we saw yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Very briefly, if you could move to time of day, 5:37:05.
Somebody eating?
Sounds like it, right? It's a court reporter because when they when they play the videos, it comes from like either the court reporter or someone else over there. So like all their sounds, they need to realize we can hear.
Oh, that's funny. I thought it was one of us.
No, I don't think so. No, I've heard that same noise over there. Karen herself, it came from Karen herself. Karen told them she dropped him off there. She says it in actual interviews.
All right, that shows the vehicle coming into the Sally Port, and we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. I do not know why it is inverted, but that's the way it was presented, collected and presented from Canton Police.
Can you see a timestamp or a time and date stamp on the bottom of that? It's in blue.
I cannot know.
Okay. Does it appear that time and date stamp, if you can't read every letter on it, that is in correct order? In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it, no.
All right, let's go ahead and play this for a second. Who is that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle. We did not touch the vehicle.
She admits that she was driving.
I missed that. I was looking down at the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
Trooper Proctor's wearing what?
A winter hat.
That was playing, and I didn't realize it was playing while you were talking.
It's possible, but that's what she says, and that's what Ryan Nagel said he saw too. So.
Morning, B. Tim.
And stuff. Yesterday, when you testified, you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is not correct. There was two individuals in the rear of the vehicle I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of what the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Which the person in that in the video to the left, to the rear of the car, is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically. I can't testify to that.
There's no magic about this. It's your testimony. I'm just asking you what you see.
I don't see that. No.
Let's go ahead and play at this point. you see the person toward the back of the vehicle?
These donuts are giving me heartburn.
Huh? Oh, those.
What area does he appear to be going to?
He appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Buchnick, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You significantly testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
You testified that it was reflective of your observations of what was happening in that Sally Port that evening, correct?
Yeah.
I testified that this is
His recollection,
accurate
not yours, attorney.
scene and collection of video evidence from the Sally Port.
And as that truck sits in that Sally Port, just like this, it appears from all perspectives that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at,
Okay.
from all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight from this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lally, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted.
I did not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The person with the winter cap appears to walk directly to the what ultimately should be the right rear taillight of this car, correct?
That's the vicinity, yes. That's where he is. Yeah.
Pause it. I'd like you to pay attention to the right rear of this car. And I know we're completely backward, but it's the far corner of the car. Do you see a person's head there?
It appears as if someone's still there.
And that person is located at or near what portion of the car?
In real life or as it's depicted?
Is the person near in real life, near the right rear taillight of the car?
Yes.
Matter of fact, standing there, hovering around there, correct?
We don't know the distance that they are in proximity to the actual vehicle. We just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
Looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it, Sergeant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does that look like he's in close proximity to the right rear taillight?
As I said, I can't tell how far away he is from the vehicle.
His head's right there, sir. You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear taillight?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. I want you to pay attention to what that person does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. See if you see him moving. Stop it. Do you see that person move?
I saw movement in the frame, yes.
Right when the other person is in eyesight of the person toward the right rear, correct?
I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. No commenting, Mr. Jackson. We've talked about that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Bates to back it up because there's one other issue I want you to pay attention to, if you can, right at this moment or right before this moment, and that is the timestamp. We can back it up in maybe 10 seconds. Right about there. Don't play it yet. Instead of paying attention to the individuals, I'm going to ask you, can you see, may I approach the screen you're on? Yes. Can you see the timestamp at 5:37 and 37 seconds p.m.? Can you see that from where you're at?
No, I cannot.
Me neither. Glad to walk up to it. Let's play it for about 10 seconds. Pause it. Did you see another person just appear toward the rear end of the car?
There was a fog of some sorts. It did appear as if a person was actually in. There was two people back there, and two people walked away, or one person walked away.
The timestamp jumped to 5:38:01. Correct?
I cannot see the timestamp, sir.
Okay. Did it appear that there was an anomaly? There was a portion of that video that was deleted. What's missing?
Oh my God! Stop it.
Can you tell that? Does it appear that way to you, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor, I cannot tell what is happening with the video.
You're saying they deleted
Take a
seconds?
Close look.
Second.
Classic
Stop.
police car in that Sallyport, correct?
There's an antique vehicle there. Yes, yes.
If you take a close look at the trunk of that vehicle, see the word police?
Yes, I believe I can read that. Yes.
Bingo, and it's because it's activated by.
It is mirrored, correct?
That's a good indication that this is an inverted video, right?
It appears that way. Yes.
And if we were to fast forward at 5:42.
It's movement. That's what it's triggered by is movement. Seconds.
Well, isn't there somebody standing there in orange right at the front of the car?
No, that's a dummy. Seconds.
Okay, it makes
a
sense
dummy.
then.
There you go. Can we just play it at this point? No. Pause it. You see the Sallyport garage came down?
Yes,
You see the number on the garage?
What?
I do.
Is that correct?
What do you mean?
What is correct?
Does the number appear correct?
This is showmanship.
No, the number's in the mirror image. Yes.
I just wanted to make the point. Everything in this video is completely backward, correct?
It's not backwards. It's mirrored, reversed. You can look yourself in the mirror in the morning.
You can
still
mirror
see your own face.
a video
It's
and
not
unmirror a video. So they
backwards.
might have sent them a copy that was mirrored and a copy that what they didn't
Image
mirror.
is
It's not a big deal.
An accurate depiction of who I am. My
Jack.
actual physical appearance is who I am, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
A mirror image, Sergeant, is not an accurate video of this, is it?
Objection.
It's a mirror image by definition.
No, it's
Sustained.
It's mirrored.
Ask
It's
it
the same.
differently, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, thank you. I don't think I need to.
no, he got his point out, so he doesn't want to ask
I
it
would
again.
like to mark I have a, we can bring the lights up.
Let's wait.
There goes
I
the
have a,
pickle jar again.
thumb drive that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission.
Does Mr. Lally know what's on this thumb drive without you telling us?
I do not.
Okay.
We can approach and I can certainly bring it up.
We're trying to wrap up our morning.
It's,
It's marked for identification.
if I may, Your Honor, I'd like to play the first 10 seconds of that video.
No. We'll come to sideline. It's marked for identification, right, Mr. Jackson?
You are.
And we have another sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I'm not sure. It was seconds he was basically saying was missing.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, B Tim.
What's
How's
up?
your power today?
Don't jinx me, man. That was ridiculous.
Nah.
Fucking 10 times the power was out last night. Unbelievable.
Oh my God, you're dealing with that too? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I had no power the day before that, like for almost.
Rolling brownouts are affecting that whole area up there.
Yeah.
Corrosive even got yeeted off panel last night.
Oh, it was ridiculous. But like, can I just admit, like, can people just realize that this crew of fucking conspiracy theorists said the taillight never broke, and now Alan Jackson saying, yeah, it broke. You got Emily D. Baker saying, it looks like it's hanging for dear life. It looks like it's just cracked and it's just hanging for dear life.
What?
And didn't break. Yeah, and I sat there. I was like, Emily, are you blind? You might need a new pair of glasses. We all see it. It was broken. And if you're blind, ma'am, you need a new pair of glasses.
You're blind or you're just lying. It's that simple.
Yeah, you're blind. I'm going to go with blind. She needs a new pair of glasses. You know, those trendy glasses are not going for it. You saw the glare get out of the car with Karen Reed, apparently.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. No.
Yeah,
What?
he got out of the car with Karen Reed.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please tell me it's true. He got out of the car with Karen Reed.
Yeah, I heard it from Discord. I was like, listen, talking to people, and they said they saw it. It's a little hard to see, but yeah, it's pretty much he's like, I don't know. That's very weird to me, man. Like, you're supposed to be a true crime channel and you're hanging out with the person that you're covering like that. Like, you're literally driving carpooling with them. That's sus as fuck, man.
No, it's
That
wicked
is-
sus. We all know he only does it for the money and the clicks and the views. That's very.
You know,
weird.
she was smiling at him a lot. She
Hold
was
up.
smiling at him a lot.
Maybe this one is the new romance. You know, we had Ziggy and Fred Hill. Maybe it's going to be Will and Karen.
They're gonna get like married, and it was like literally a love triangle. You had the glare, you had her, and you had Turtle Boy in the stand, like it looking at the news thing yesterday, like the news area.
Somebody better check on Turtle Boy to make sure he didn't have an aneurysm in the night.
He's like probably screaming right
Let's
now.
hope that he did.
He's probably screaming right
Let's
now.
hope. Let's just hope and
Or-
pray that he did have an aneurysm.
The glare got out of the car with Karen Reed.
Uh-oh. No, sir.
That's so crazy. Like, what?
He's car with Karen Reed?
He's carpooling with Karen Reed. It's crew.
Nope, Chris saw it. She saw it.
And then Tom gets pissed that people treat the circle. Yeah, I know. Ah, man, it was crazy.
I mean, hey Tim, let me ask you a question about your power. When your power goes back on, do they have to come out and turn it back on, or do they like it just automatic?
It's just automatic. It's automatic. But it was like out. It was like literally it would be power for like 4 minutes and then power out and then
Like, why the hell doesn't Massachusetts have this automatic bullshit, dude? They have to come all the way out, turn it back on. Like, what the?
Down here, it's all on the computer. It takes 2 seconds. Boom, back up. You know.
Right. Yours and B Tim's are different situations, Elise. Yours are they're two different.
Yeah,
situations.
I get it.
Those are
Yeah.
like rolling brownouts.
I just was so annoyed yesterday. But anyway, like I don't get it. And then like that lying piece of shit father of Karen Reed's like, I always said it was cracked and it cracked when it backed up. You lying piece of shit.
Stop it. Right.
You were such a garbage human being. You know your daughter hit that man and killed him, left him there to die of a slow, torturous death. And you're covering it up for your daughter. Not only covering up, but you're trying to frame like 13 innocent people and ruining a bunch of people's lives.
Right.
He walked in with her team, didn't stop to take a pics with the cult, but they're supposed to have lunch with the glare today.
Mm-mm.
I mean, like, bro.
I just see like dollar signs in Dr. Evil's eyes.
Oh, I mean, I think the glare is getting close, just like it got close to like Michael Long.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm seeing. I'm telling you, same thing, 2.0.
Yeah, he used to be best friends with Michael Long. Best friends, the glare.
That's just weird. I'm sorry. It's fucking weird.
And he says he's going to interview Michael Long when he gets out. He's going to be like best friends again.
Why not interview him now?
I don't know. He wants to wait until he gets out. He wants to be best
Get the
friends.
prison phone call, dude. Shit. Like
Michael Long. But like the guy is like, but honestly, she was smiling at him and like, you know, it really felt like she was like into the glare. Like, I think she likes the glare.
Weird. That's gross.
I think she wants, and I was thinking to myself, Cherry Sue, you better be careful. Your man's about to be stolen by Karen Reed.
Oh my God, poor Cherry, dude.
I mean, I'm kind of now hoping, like, if she does get out, maybe the silver lining is that she starts dating the glare, and then she, you know, he might need to be careful of the car. Let's just say that much.
Yeah, don't get Karen Reeded.
Don't get Karen Reeded. Will can't
Okay.
visit anyone in prison. He has a felony charge. Yeah, he does have felony charges. Also, I mean, like, Turtle Boy tried to defend the glare by stating, "Oh, the coffin doctor was lying about him beating up a 16-year-old, like a 60-year-old, like a special needs kid or something." I'm like, yeah, no, she's not. The glare admitted it on live stream.
Yeah, what do you
And
mean,
then-
guy?
Yeah, he admitted it. He admitted beating up his own son on a live stream, who was special needs.
Oh,
Don't know
yeah,
which
fuck
part.
no, dude. My daughter uses a wheelchair often. She has a
Did
very
you see
rare
a glare? Did you see the glare supporter jump up that was drunk from Ireland? And she says that if you should bite back your baby, and you should.
Oh
and,
my
like, talk about
God,
his
that woman last night. I am apparently a fucking weirdo magnet this week. All the weird ones.
She was like, she was giving a story about her sister kicking a special needs, like when a special needs person kicked her sister, the sister kicked her back, and she was defending, like, sometimes you have to, like, discipline the special needs people with physical abuse. to get them to
Listen, all right.
stop.
My sister-in-law, my husband's sister, is in her 40s and she has Down syndrome. We don't kick her to discipline her, okay? Like, what the fuck, dude? What
Yeah,
is wrong with you?
that's the glare supporter. That's the long time glare supporter.
Man, like
No,
I'm
You are unmuted.
Oh, about time. You're breaking up, Kathy.
After
No.
speaking with the lawyers, I can.
You're
Kathy,
roboting.
you're
Safely
underwater. Say that you will get this case for your deliberations sometime the last week in June. We'll know better
Yeah, right.
next week. We will not be in session next Tuesday. We will go full days, Monday,
What the
Wednesday,
fuck?
Thursday, Friday next week. We will not be in session next Tuesday. All right, I have to give you those cautions again. Please do not
What?
discuss this case with
At
anyone.
11:51.
Don't do any independent research.
We're doing a half a day today after all the
This
days that
case,
have been
if
missed.
you happen to see, hear, or read anything.
Yeah, but I thought the half a day would be like 1 o'clock.
Right.
Great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
You are muted.
Kathy, it's no better yet.
All right, wait.
There you go. Well, we're still going to be here for a minute, TM. Don't worry. At least I will be.
What the hell is this? Why is this trial going at such a slow speed? Like,
I don't fucking
why
know.
are we
This is-
taking more days off than kids in summer? Like, is this summer
Right.
school? Like,
Well,
what's
because
going
Karen
on?
and Will need to go off and get to know one another now. Damn it, stop it.
Oh, is that going to do his couple?
All right, so I received a motion from the Commonwealth this morning that I have not had an opportunity to read yet. It's on my desk. I'd like to go spend a few minutes looking at that and come back out at 12 o'clock on that.
So they're making arguments without the jury being here. Okay, I see. What you're saying.
Okay.
For us to argue it?
Yes. Do you need,
I don't get it either.
okay,
We've been busy.
all right.
Could we do it on Monday?
No.
I want to get as much evidence in as we can each day. We can do it at 8:30 Monday morning, I think. Madam Court Reporter, can we do it at 8:30?
Wait, they go off until
Oh,
Monday?
Yeah, I knew they weren't going to do I knew they weren't going to do shit tomorrow.
Can we do it at 8:30 Monday morning?
If that's what the court wants, yes.
Yeah, we'll have a hearing on it at 8:30 Monday. Are you around tomorrow? Are you around tomorrow?
Oh, am I? Yes, absolutely.
Do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
If I had a preference, I would say Monday.
All right, we'll do Monday morning at 8:30.
Well, I wonder what it is. It's got to be evidence. She just alluded that it's
And
evidence.
if you want to put something in writing, just email it to us this weekend.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you then.
What the?
All right, for the court, please.
Well, I mean, what the fuck?
Okay. I mean, like, what the limited did they dismiss Buchanan?
No,
They
not
didn't.
yet.
Okay.
No. Oh. Nope, not yet. They have not.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, like, let's review what he did. He basically talked about the mirror, like the prosecution didn't tell him what the definition of a mirror image. I believe I remember yesterday that Lolly did mention, or the witness did mention mirror, but didn't go into definition of what a mirror was, like what the mirror image meant.
Right.
Okay. And he acted like that was the big gotcha moment. And basically, we saw a man's forehead, and we are supposed to believe that that man broke the taillight for some reason. But even if he did break the taillight, how the hell is he going to transport it through time and space to the location before it was found at the scene?
Right. Right. But there, I mean, you want to argue about a mirror image shoot? All it is like reversing like numbers and letters and shit. Like it's not really much. Like it's still a very much a fucking image. Like it's still a correct reenactment of what happened. Like, like all they did was either click the button to mirror the image or not click the button. So what I'm guessing is when they provided one of them, they mirrored it. It clicked the button to mirror it. And then maybe one of them they forgot to. So like now Alan Jackson's like, one's mirrored and one's not. It's a farce. It's fake.
Yeah, I felt, and also the wheel. I thought that was going to be like a good tactic of him, like zooming in on the wheel. But it just showed like a slight move, and it was like bumper to the car. So I don't think that was good. I mean, I think that was actually not that great. Actually,
well, I mean, if you're going to argue that at 1 mile an hour, she cracked that taillight, even though we know that she told Jen in front of Kaylee that morning that the taillight was cracked before she ever left the house to accidentally clock into his car and ignore all your beep, 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 beeping while you did it at 1 mile an hour. Why is there no taillight anywhere near there? And it's all at Fairview. So what? They took it from there. They planted it at Fairview.
No,
like, no.
What they're planning on, and this is what I listened to the father, because the father is self-snitching. They're claiming that it was cracked, and then later on, the police officers completely smashed it, removed the pieces, and somehow teleported it to the scenes of the accident of the you know, I'm going to say the murder or accident or whatever you want to say, and then proceeded to. That makes no sense because there's no opportunity because the CERT team found pieces while they were checking. Now, you might make reasonable doubt for when they go back and forth through the location. That you can probably make. But if that's the case, then the taillight was already removed and put into evidence, wasn't it, by the time that they were passing by and finding those pieces?
Yeah. So the CERT team found the first couple pieces.
Yeah. When did they?
But they hadn't even got to the car yet.
Yeah, but I'm saying after the CERT team did that, they have the car in custody, right? Yeah. And then later on, they start going up and down the scene because he tells his workers to go up and down for work, basically to check, right? So when did he? So while he was doing that, when they found more pieces and stuff, wasn't the taillight already removed and placed into evidence like it was removed from the car, the broken taillight?
Maybe.
So if the broken taillight's already removed and placed into evidence, and the evidence locker you can't really get in without like a key card.
Well, that's why they're trying to say like Trooper Proctor, he had access to all of it. Like they're trying to say he had access, he took it from there, he did what he did. Like except the time doesn't. The timeline doesn't work.
Yeah, they were collecting pieces, but the fact is that there's no opportunity to plant the pieces. There's no opportunity to transport the pieces from the back of the car, break the tail, like because. According to Karen Reed's own defense, this is their defense, that it was cracked. It cracked a little bit, not that much, because that's what I'm getting at, and that when it was brought to the Sally port, someone hit it with a hammer, removed the taillights, and then transported it to the scene of the murder to plant the evidence. Now, how is that done?
Originally, they tried to tell us that there was no Sallyport video, remember? Except now we have it from both angles, and we know that there is Sallyport video, so it's not possible for that to have happened.
And how did they get the microscopic fragments in his clothes?
Right. That's the other thing that the conspiracy can't come to terms with is where did the microscopic pieces of taillight from his clothes come from then? They didn't have time to do that. Oh, that's right. It was when Trooper Proctor and Trooper McKennick were in the hospital. They stepped on it and then they transferred it to his shirt. That's their theory.
Yeah.
The key to the defense is confusing people with, all this stuff to not actually figure out a timeline of events.
Has everybody seen how any of the supporters are spinning this all about the hat and the belt and the shoes that have been in custody that they have all been saying for months and months and months that disappeared?
Well, so they're just going to say like, oh, well, they didn't disappear. All right, then. Like, that's it. That's like never like, oh, yeah, you know what? That was a lie. That was wrong. Like, oh, no, we just got wrong. And like, we just were wrong. Like, no, nobody will ever just say they were wrong. They'll just gloss right over it as if it didn't happen.
Well, I can declare now. I never said she was innocent.
Oh my God, I can only imagine.
He did say that. He says there's reasonable doubt, but he was arguing both reasonable doubt and he was arguing
Dude, he called her factually innocent like 100 times. What do you mean?
yeah,
You didn't say
factual. Yeah. But I have a question. You know that image of the video of the ring camera of the car backing up, into the tow truck?
Yep.
Maybe you know better. Was a still image of that released months prior?
It was. A still image was released of that. It wasn't released to the public per se, but it was. We've seen it. Yeah.
Because like the glare when I was debating him showed me that image during the debate, a still image 5 months ago.
Right. So he could have gotten the still image from when she backed into John's car too. There was still images of that.
No. A still image of the going into the tow truck drive car.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that is, that's from the ring cam from her parents' house. Yeah, I've saw those long before now.
Who got those? Because I thought that was like I didn't see like news media having
Good
that.
fucking question. I'm pretty sure Turtle Boy did from Karen.
Was that supposed to be released?
No, of course not. That's why he's being looked into for conspiracy, and so is she.
Okay.
There's other things that aren't supposed to be released.
Turtle Boy's going to start with the jealousy over the glare buddy with Karen and her parents, and they won't even look at him. But yet here's the glare riding with them, and probably went out to lunch with them and everything. Yeah,
he's going to lose it. He's going to absolutely lose his ever loving mind, and I'm here with my popcorn for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I just thought it was very incriminating. I mean, I don't really see what Jackson is doing. To be honest with you, I feel like a lot of Jackson's questions on cross were pretty weak. They weren't really anything that gained any sort of traction. The minute leap in time he's trying to allude to or something, or less than a minute, could be a result of the motion sensor cameras, which was explained earlier, just not detecting motion and then shutting off for a solid minute. That happens a lot.
That's what it does. Same thing with the library footage. Remember, the library footage was missing. 3 minutes was missing. It was missing, except it wasn't missing because she didn't drive by there and it's motion activated. So she never drove past there. That's why. It's not there because it's not there. It's literally not there. And Tracy, Julie actually commented back to me yesterday, and she follows me now, which is pretty awesome. So we gave Julie from Court TV a shout out because she is the only one like in real media telling this damn story correctly.
That is kind of true to Tiffany Murray. They're both heavy drinkers, but I think Karen Reed can probably drink them under the table. That lady had 9 vodkas in less than a couple hours.
Less than 3 hours, dude.
Be so drunk.
Right. I mean,
I can't judge because back when I was a drinker, I could drink that easy in less than 3 hours. I mean, not even thinking twice. And I drank Red Bull and Southern Comfort. So,
whoa, God bless you. I can't do it. Nope.
Well, the problem, Ann Vroom, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. The issue is that the only way the defense is actually 7 drinks in 29 minutes. Thank you for the correction. The only way, the defense is going with a third-party embodied defense, basically saying someone else did it and the police didn't investigate it enough, and that's why my client should not be convicted of this crime because there was other avenues that were not exhausted, and you should not convict her because there's reasonable doubt that there's other people that could have done it. That is the whole thing. So the whole catch-up thing was really done as a preemptive because you have to realize that he was dealing with the fact that he was claiming, the defense was claiming that John went into the house and was beat up, and all these crazy things like the dog bit him, and that the basement has blood on it, and they redid the basement, and they buried Chloe in the basement, and they buried him with the belt or something, or buried stuff
all
there.
lies.
You know what I mean? And you find out that with the testimony that they were always planning to sell their house.
Yep.
They were planning. They didn't redo their basement. I believe the floor of the
Basement was done
6 months.
before John died.
Yeah. It's just a lot of stupid things that had to be corrected. And basically, I think the judge is not going to let them go with a third-party culprit defense. I think a Bodie might
No,
be.
I don't see it happening.
I don't see it because they haven't built their case out with fact witnesses to make people convinced that these people, because you have literally a time clock of John at the bar at 12:11 or something like that, and you have text messages of Cullen leaving, and then you have like, I think they used she's literally driving home with Cullen.
Live 360, yeah.
Live 360, and then they have the parents' testimony that he was home. So that's one person removed.
Yep.
Another person is Higgins. He, it's going to show that, he did, what was it? Did he leave? What time did he leave? I'm trying to remember what time
he left. He says around like 12:30, 12:45. So he probably left right after Karen left the scene because I don't think he saw anyone. So I'm guessing he probably left closer to 1. But like, again, he wasn't looking at the time to like, oh, what time did I leave? Like, but I mean,
yeah, and they're claiming that everyone in the house was participants in the murder by just not saying anything.
Right.
So I don't see them getting a third party culprit defense because they haven't really made their case that it would be reasonable for investigators to investigate, like they didn't do the proper investigation. For instance, the DUI guy, the idiot lawyer, states that you can just walk into people's houses without a warrant and just start searching and taking pictures. Like what Jackson is stating is that taking pictures of the house, why would that ever be admissible in court? If a cop walked into your house and started taking pictures of your house, the first words would be, "Get out of my house. You're not allowed in here." It's like, also it's normal. I mean, he liked to mention that the people, the witnesses gave testimony, gave their statements in their house, but omits the fact that his own client was questioned in his house with the parents present, who were all witnesses. So, I mean, this seems like a normal thing to question people because they weren't suspects at that time. It was an open investigation, and they were just simply gathering. It was the information gathering process. I thought it was very hilarious that immediately Jackson was pushed off his train of thought by accidentally naming him as Proctor, and also that was very interesting.
Couldn't say his last name. Like, come on, guy, come on.
And
You've known this case long enough to say Buchanan, like
Buchanan or Buchanan, but
Buchanan, yeah.
And I think the theory is pretty much out the door. But do you think that Lolly is hitting it hard enough to show?
I think of Lolly as like a boa constrictor that basically slowly squeezing the defense. And it's a very slow process. And it takes time. And it's not like Venom. Like Jackson is more like a fucking quick attack, boom, come out. And that's what he is. He's like a rat. He's not even like he's like a rattlesnake. He likes to show. He's making the noise. He's all showy, and then he strikes you. It's like these two different snakes kind of competing, doing their own thing. And honestly, I think Jackson is I feel like Jackson is running out of steam until he gets to Proctor. I don't think he's got a real good footing with Buchanan. And I think the problem is that if he can't get a footing with these experts, he's in trouble.
Oh, absolutely. And not only that, but you got to think about it this way too. Like they keep bouncing all over this timeline, and this whole, I'm going to tell you right now, juries do not like this pick one, anyone thing. Like pick one of these people who did it, any one of these people. They want to know who you think did it if your client didn't. And they've not proven that. And I know legally speaking, they don't have to prove their client didn't do it, but like, that's how a good case works. Sorry, not sorry. Like that's how it fucking works, is you can use a third party defense to say this person did it or this person did it. And their stories have already started to fall apart. They started with, Colin, but we know Colin wasn't even there. So it's like, the jury is seeing all that in real time. The jury is seeing all of the witnesses correct what Jackson or Yannetti has tried to change their testimony, take context out, and every one of these witnesses almost has called them out on it. Like, that's not good for them. That is very, very bad.
Yeah, and I think the issue lies in really, Karen, I think the major drawback on Karen Reed is her facial reactions and how she's smiling and smirking and the lack of emotion and the lack of. I think the jury is paying attention and they're wondering what is wrong with this woman.
Oh, they are. They
Yeah,
are.
she has. I tell you what, for someone who claims to have loved him so much, yeah, she's a cold fish, and she's cold.
I mean, she's smiling. She's joking with people in the courtroom.
Rolling her eyes.
Even when the jury is present, which is wild to me.
Me too.
And now she's like that whole scene with the tape being shown, and she's like, "Look, it's the right side," and she's smiling. We didn't get this photo or something like that, this video, and I just thought, wow, this woman is absolutely fucking out of her mind.
Not only is she out of her mind, but she's literally glaring at her own attorneys, like under her breath, telling them to object. Like, dude, that's what you pay them for. No, it's their job to do it. Like, and she cannot control herself. She can't control whether she's saying something. She's rolling her eyes.
And I feel, and I feel that's been a detriment to the defense because I feel like honestly, if they were able to do their job, like Jackson, because I feel like that is the main issue, their job, and do a proper defense. I think they could have gotten away with just simply saying an accident, like a motor vehicle accident, and how it was just this tragic mistake and my client's being overcharged. Look at this. My client didn't plan on having this person killed. They were in a relationship. She was drunk. She didn't see him. He was drunk. We're all drunk. All these people were drunk. She hit him with the snowplow, with a truck, and she probably she might walk with that because they would say, oh, they're overcharging this woman. She didn't fucking try to do a cover up or anything. But the fact is that she destroyed her own case. So she has to do this whole third-party culprit, third-party Bodie defense. And I think the problem is that I don't think there's enough meat on the bones for it. There's no way that the pieces can be placed. There's no way the pieces were placed on the shirt. I think the chain of custody, he was basically trying to imply that, Proctor got the taillight pieces and sprinkled, but these are microscopic pieces. Like, how is Mr. fucking Proctor going to break taillight pieces microscopically?
Not only that, but people keep yapping and yapping and yapping because that false rumor has been spread that Proctor's not testifying. Yes, he is, you bunch of idiots. Yes.
Yeah. Either he's going to be called by the prosecution or he's going to be called by the defense, but there's 100%.
He's being called by the prosecution.
Yeah, there's 100% chance that man is being called. Either way, I mean, because it would be too much. I honestly, if I was Alan Jackson, I probably wouldn't even call him if he was not called, because I would want the jury to have that thought in their heads, like, why wouldn't they have their lead investigator testify? And then I would plant the seeds of doubt in the jury. So I would love, just like he never tested Chloe, he never went to where Chloe was and tested that dog. I would love the seeds of doubt in the jury. So it's 100% that man is going to be called. Though if he's not called by the prosecution, it might be called by the defense. But if I was the defense, I would not call him. I would absolutely leave those seeds of doubt. I painted the picture of this sketchy individual. There'd be no one refuting my accusations that this guy did this, this, and this. And I'd fucking just leave it up to the Proctor was this corrupt cop.
Right. I didn't know he said that in the presser, but I've been saying for days he is testifying. So I don't know where these idiots are getting that information from, but he is absolutely 100% testifying. And again, stop getting your information from stupid people, and maybe you wouldn't have that problem.
Well, they got their information from everyone that's been wrong in this case. Like, absolutely every single person that has been wrong in this case, they have gotten their information from.
It's so funny, isn't it? Like, and then they want to come on here and be like, you don't know nothing about the camera. And I just have to laugh in their faces. I literally just laugh. Like, okay, sure, whatever you say.
Oh, speaking of which, from Nick Liza or something like that, they have a clip of basically there's a clip of, I can share my screen if you like, of basically saying Proctor's going to be called by the Commonwealth.
Yeah, he is going to be.
Okay, so here's the clip of Alan Jackson himself stating this.
Is there an indication that Proctor is going to testify?
Yeah, Proctor's going to testify. Under you guys or them? I'm going to call him.
See? Told you. Bingo. Them. The prosecution.
So, I mean, this is the thing. Like, these people are like so delusional. They don't understand that they're always wrong. They're always wrong in real time, being corrected.
Just use your ears and listen to me for once in your goddamn lives, dude. Okay. I've been saying this. Proctor is testifying. I don't know where you guys are getting your crap information from, but like maybe it's time to stop listening to the information that you keep getting wrong. Like stupid. Oh my God. Yes. Do that, Kodo. Yes. Yes.
I mean, I think and this, here's another clip of basically Mr. Turtle Boy, the greatest journalist around that gets almost everything fucking wrong.
Oh yeah.
Here's the statement about Buchanan from yesterday's testimony. I'll do share screen again.
Yep.
Part I don't get. Maybe somebody can help me out.
I will.
The FBI investigation determined that the Canton Police Department deleted, or there was like 42 minutes of footage missing from the Canton Police Department, 48 minutes, I forget how many minutes. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they call it a scrivener's error, Candace. That's right. Didn't they say that the Canton Police Sally Port video just disappeared? Was I wrong? Like, that was the thing, right?
Yeah, you're wrong.
You were wrong.
You were wrong.
So, what did we watch today?
You watched the actual
Sally
video.
Port video, you jackass.
Like that's the.
Also, by the way, a green spot screen is not great when you can actually see through the turtle's eyes, and this is like a terrible green. Like green screen effects suck so bad. It's such a terrible background. Like if you're making like that, you have like 20, 40, like 4,000, 5,000 people in your live chat. I would get that shit painted in the background, but he has to hide the fact that he's living in his mom's basement right now. So, I mean, obviously.
Part I still
What,
don't
he's
get.
too
People
cheap
were
to buy
asking
some
me,
green paint and paint a wall?
Yeah, or have like a professional background.
He's got one of those stupid like green screen things that's held up by like two poles.
I mean, like it looks so cheap, man. You are a guy that is
It's
probably
clearly.
He's a cheap
clearly
guy.
held up.
Yeah.
Doesn't even pay for his dates drinks, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah. Well,
Like,
right? They said a bunch of minutes were missing. Does anyone know the answer to that? Like, because this is allegedly during that time, was it not? Was that not during that time, or am I missing something here?
Shouldn't you be telling the audience, not the audience telling you? You're
right. What do you mean? You're the
journalist.
investigative journalist, right? You investigated? Nope, wrong. Again,
Like,
let's
guys-
just clear that up. He was
guys-
fed information by a defendant.
Yeah, guys, I forgot the lies that I presented. Can any of you tell me the lies that I stated about like a year ago? Because honestly, when you're lying so much, you kind of forget some things, Just like Judge Judy says, telling the truth, you don't need a good memory. And honestly, I've been lying to you guys for about 2 years because I needed to grift as much money as possible.
50,000 a week or a month, and I think he's light on that as well. He's light. He's definitely light.
Yeah. He has the sniffles. I think it's allergy, brother.
It's edited.
Oh yeah, that's allergies. All right.
But they said it was gone. Yeah, it was during that time. So what's going on with that? Do we have an answer? Like, what's going on with
you
that?
said it was gone.
Yes, you said it was gone.
You, sir.
Okay, Mr. Turtle Boy. I don't think you ever watched this, but Mr. Turtle Boy.
He does. He uses my clips all the time, apparently.
Okay, so Mr. Turtle Boy, I'm going to speak directly to you. You have been bamboozled. You have been bamboozled by the defense. You have been used as a propaganda piece by the defense, and you are the fall guy. You are the fall guy. You will, even if she walks out free tomorrow, like tomorrow, let's say they just drop the charge, she walks out free, you will go to jail for your charges. And I am telling you now, you're being replaced by other YouTubers that are more clean cut, not much, but clean cut, like The Glare or Nick Rocco or everyone. Even Tom CPU is replacing you, which is kind of sad because the guy was advertising sex toys a while ago.
Yeah.
And you are, I'm just speaking directly. Let me finish my little tirade with Mr. Turtle Boy. You are being replaced and you are the fall guy and you are facing 19 charges. You're facing over 100 years in jail. I am telling you, I'm imploring you for your mom, your kids. I don't know. They deserve to have a dad, even you. Turn on that bitch. I don't like you, but I don't like her more because she is a murderer in my mind. I'm telling you, she is making you the fall guy. And as much as I do not like you, I think you need to turn on this lady and fucking testify against her and start going and doing this so you can reduce the amount of time you do in jail. So you can go out, maybe see your mom before she passes. I hear she's sick, and maybe fucking see your kids grow up because that is very important. Fuck this online shit. You are facing heavy time and you don't want to be sentenced to 50 years in jail because some lady used you. She used you. She lied to you. She misled you. She fed you propaganda bullshit. And when you got cuffed, she dropped you like a fucking bad habit and you went to jail. And now she's dropped you, and she's not even doing any interviews with you. She's not giving you any stuff, and you're being zeroed out by Nick Rocco and everyone else. Turn on these people. That's my tirade.
That's a good tirade. I mean, here's the thing. He's looking at 20 years each charge, bro. So like 160 years or 180 years, whatever the fuck it is, like never seeing the light of day again. And again, I don't know what dumbass attorney would ever tell them that even Karen Reed was found guilty, innocent right this very second, that his charges would magically disappear. That's not the way the legal system works, and that would never happen. So like maybe fire your idiotic attorney if they told you that, sir. Also, maybe, just maybe, admit that you were wrong. It's literally that simple. But you will never do that because you are a narcissistic, sociopathic piece of shit who only cares about himself and no one else, not even his children. So I highly doubt he will do the right thing here to even help himself in turn, because he just wants to keep making money and views, and he lives in an online world where that is the only thing that matters.
How much do you think that he'll try to spin this and come out and play woe is me, I'm the victim, it's all Karen's fault, she did this, she lied to me?
Yes, Karen used me. Oh, woe is me, I was a patsy.
But I think he spun a lot of the narrative himself without Karen.
Yeah, I agree with you. But Brianna says, but Tim, Bradel is his guy. He's going to get him off while fighting his own charges of obstruction for sneaking people into jail and helping them evade recording. The problem is Bradel wants him to go, in my opinion, wants him to lose his case and go to jail so he can argue this because he's arguing this in like the worst possible way. That is like journalistic, this is like First Amendment, like this is like journalism and stuff like that. And the judge is not hearing it. I mean, like the last judge said, listen, you don't really you call yourself a journalist when you have 25 other people leading a protest against people and doing all these manner of things. And I think the jury is not going to like him. Like there's people that like Karen Reed for some reason. I think the jury's going to fucking despise this man if he ever goes to
yeah. 100% they will.
And he is so unlikable. I think he's going to, I'd be fucking worried. So he's definitely going to jail. And then he's going to try to do an appeal. And I'm telling you, that money will dry up. As soon as the bills stop getting paid by Bradel, he's not going to represent you. He's charging your ass. You have to raise $110,000, but that money's going quickly. Every time you tell Mr. Bradel to run around the courtroom, that's like $250 an hour, $500 an hour. You are going to jail. And I am trying to tell you, for the sake of your children, for the sake of your mother, because I have sympathy for your mother. Your mother did nothing wrong. She's an elderly lady that's sick. I think she wants to see her son before she passes. I have sympathy for your mom. I have sympathy for your children. Get the fuck out of this shit, man, and straighten out your fucking life, because you used to be a teacher. You used to have a job. And what the fuck happened to you, bro? I don't know what broke you. I don't know what mental stuff happened to this man and broke him and made him this piece of shit. But man, you do better for your kids, man. This is bad. This is really bad.
Oh my God, no fucking way.
Tom CPU is telling people not to buy Glare drinks because he doesn't drink. Does he even know the Glare?
Apparently not. I don't know.
Please buy him drinks. I swear to God, he'll curse. He'll do the same thing. He'll do the famous Morbid. Remember the famous Morbid thing with Kathy, when he cursed everyone out when he was drunk with Morbid?
Uh-huh.
And he was like, "Fuck you guys!" And he told Nunya that he likes strangling his girlfriend, and that's how it's like hot or something. I don't remember the exact word.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was wild.
We all did.
He was like talking about like, I like strangling, and because and it's like, oh my God.
Well, who's Tom CPU is going to be on, Karen's, or is he going to Turtle Boys? Because it's going to come down to where he's going to have to choose.
Absolutely.
I think Tom is going to pick where the money's at, and the money's at Karen Reed, and not Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy is a greedy person that just wants the money, and he's not sharing the money. And a lot of these guys, it's about the money. And the truth of the matter is, Turtle Boy was access, but now that you don't need Turtle Boy anymore, you can get direct access to Karen Reed, and that is it. She is where the money's at. Even if she goes to jail, that's where the money's at.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, listen, It comes at a great cost to tell the truth, dude. It comes at a very great cost. The money isn't over here where the truth is. I'll tell you that right now. I had to dispel the lies yesterday about Brian Albert and Nicole Albert not going to John's funeral. They did go to John's funeral. They were at John's funeral. So, like, that's another lie he has told and spread and continues to say. Like, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Like, yeah, I mean, absolutely. The hot mic definitely proved that. But, like, at the same time, you have to know that, like, behind the scenes, what Aiden does is he goes and he messages people and he's like, do you have a problem with me? And that's his dog whistle of you either saying, no problem, bud, none whatsoever, or he's going to start threatening you with blogs. Like, that's called coercion and blackmail, dude. It's illegal, just so you know. Like, you keep doing it. You've been doing it even as of 2 weeks ago, you were doing it. So, like, time to wake the fuck up, bro. Like,
why is CPU handwriting letters to the defense attorneys?
Yeah, and I think what people don't quite understand is that there is an open investigation and trial for witness intimidation. And honestly, I'd be shocked if the
Waterfall Bar. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, is he live streaming this?
is he? No, I think we're just getting this information. Like,
Oh my God, this is like when we went to Colorado to the Lazy Dog. This is fucking ridiculous.
Oh my God. Like, is they are crime tourists, I guess, but wait. Wait,
you know what? I'm hoping, please God, be. I'll fucking.
Can you check? Yeah.
I'm checking right now.
Oh, please God, let this be live.
Footage of these. But poor Tom, once this is over, he's not going to have a channel. What's he going to talk about?
Himself.
Maybe he'll make like a brand of sex toys. Like, sex toys.
He'll make reed whackers.
Weed whackers. Oh my God, that's great.
Right.
Reed whackers, not
reed whackers.
Reed whackers.
Weed whackers. Oh my God. Get that patent right now.
Hashtag.
Oh my God.
Chaos Karen, and
I'll sell it to you for the low price of $5.99.
I will sell it to you for a low price of giving the glare a kiss on the cheek while you're live streaming. And whispering sweet nothings into his ear.
Tom's
Wait, he wrote a letter? Wait, you're serious right now? He wrote a letter.
Yeah.
I can't. I fucking can't.
Like, people act like Karen Reed.
Tom was in a tizzy and wrote them a letter. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
But getting back to without the surface.
He also said that I went to the Alberts or the McCabe's Christmas party and I had never met them or talked to them. So, like, yeah, that was also a fucking big fat lie. Apparently me, also Leah Genduso, like, who doesn't even live in this state. Like, apparently we all flew there, like, and we all, like, magically appeared there.
Okay.
Like, what the dude? Eliza Little. Oh, man. I can't. I literally, there was a letter. He wrote a letter. 5 minutes after the tirade this morning. Oh, boy. It's comedy gold. Somebody's got to find this. Beat him. You're good at this. Find it. It's on his live stream from this morning, I guess. Comedy gold, huh?
Can we play this clip from Mr. Ekimel on Twitter? This is very interesting. So Mr. Ekimel, I met him on the live stream. Very nice guy. He has faced issues with conspiracy theorists and crazy people too. So he's really like having fun with these live streams. So listen to this.
Sachin Bukaki, I can't.
Okay.
We located Mr. O'Keefe's baseball hat. We located a
baseball hat,
drinking straw from a cocktail glass.
They've been saying that's missing. It's part of the conspiracy.
Items of
plastic,
colored plastic, and other shards of colored plastic at the location. All those items were located on.
So Mr.
Oh my
Ekimel,
God. Somebody find me a timestamp for that. This letter, like I need this. Like,
says so much for the missing hat, and he shows like the image,
Oh man.
Like it's getting to the point of insanity. Like I think there's less things they've gotten right than they have gotten. Did you see the clip of Ekimel about the. Did you see this clip? I'll do another share screen.
Probably not. No, I haven't seen any clips of this guy. Pretty
This
funny though.
guy's, yeah, he's pretty funny. He does true crime. He's got he's got a way larger channel than Glare and everyone else.
Yeah.
And his history is that did true crime, did the Kylie Robbie thing, and then Ryan Upchurch basically claimed that he was part of the sex trafficking ring. And
Oh, you remember the thing he did with his name? With the letters in his name?
So and he's got a lawsuit against Ryan Upchurch. I think it's for like $20 million. He's suing Ryan Upchurch.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's suing for a lot of money. So he knows how bullshit the conspiracies are and how damaging they are. So he's kind of like, he's definitely not believing the conspiracy. He believes that most likely it was an accident and she hit him with the car.
Yeah.
Firefighter said that you said, I hit him.
I said, I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded.
That's so weird. I can't get over this clip right here.
Who says that?
Fuck.
Firefighter said that you said, I hit him.
I said, I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded by a question mark. What I thought could have happened was that did I incapacitate him unwittingly somehow, and then in his drunkenness passed out?
When you walked out of the
in his drunkenness, like you weren't drinking as well.
bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had
There it is.
probably about 4.
The Commonwealth says that you had 9 drinks.
Damn.
That's what the prosecution says.
Nine.
I don't believe they're saying I wasn't in my right mind.
They were saying you were intoxicated. Is it possible that you might have hit him unwittingly in your admittedly very large SUV?
No.
Bro, the way she words that shit, I preceded it and preceded and exceeded after. Bro, that's just weird. What kind of answer is that? I preceded it and proceeded it with did. Fuck out of here, yo.
Oh, he's got me. I'm dead, dude. I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm dead. I
They're
love that
getting out
guy.
of the car. Is it Tom CPU, Kodo? Let me see. Tom CPU.
Yeah, that's when he gets out of the car with Karen. I guess is 3 hours 40 minutes, around that time. We're looking for the letter. Somebody's looking for the letter timestamp now because apparently it's comedy gold. I have not heard this. I do not watch it.
Karen and the Glare might need Tom CPU's new line of fantasy toys. Yeah, no.
I know, right?
So 3 minutes.
Oh, it definitely is going to up the propaganda, but I hope he realizes he just made himself a large target with Turtle Boy.
Oh,
because-
there's already people like talking about FOIA requesting him. There's already people talking about that. So I think it was a very bad decision. What stream are you talking about? Because I just checked Tom CPU and I don't see it.
It was from this morning, this morning's stream.
Let me see. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong Tom CPU stream.
Then after that is the whole selfie saga and the letter that came from said selfie saga.
Do you mean 34 minutes?
Maybe.
I don't see that. He's in the car driving at
Maybe.
Around 3 hours, 40 minutes. Or is it 3 minutes? No, yes, that's 3 hours.
Yeah, that's 3 hours. So you need to give us an actual. Can you send me the clip, Kodo?
And then after that's the whole stuff. Yeah, I want to hear this letter thing. I feel like that could be hilarious. Like, you wrote a fucking letter, bro. Like, and what? Do you think they're gonna go back and watch your 3 hour stream to hear your letter? Like, what? Like,
Why would you even write the defense attorneys a letter?
3 hours and 40 minutes. It was at 7:35-ish Massachusetts time. Well, it's 12:32 here now, so let's see. So that's from today's stream, Kodo. Like this, like Tom's stream. Did he delete it? Is there like deleted or something? Like, I'm like, let me see. Let me look. Just if there's something I'm not seeing here. Like, unless he's like still streaming. Is he like still streaming or something? Like, let's see. All right, Bozo here. Let's see.
You know, I'm supposed to be a thumbnail ready and stuff like that, but you know, here I am.
Live, streamed 12 minutes ago. That's got to be the one, right?
Yeah, is that the one? Yeah, but it's
has
not
to be.
like he's doing the court case at the.
Hold on. Yeah, he was at the court. That's when apparently this is when he does it. So
I think you got your times wrong.
let me see. 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, 42 minutes. They're in the courtroom.
Yeah, let me see.
That can't be right. It's got to be 3 minutes. It can't be 3 hours.
Well, he's driving the car, so
he's still driving the car then, though. Yeah. So driving. We're still driving. 57 minutes, an hour. In 5 minutes, he's still driving. Oh, wait. An hour, 12 minutes. He's finally there.
Okay, I think we got. Let me see. I'm trying to look for
it. Okay, I'm closer to an hour and a half. When he's inside the court, though, back outside, an hour and 42. We're looking at grass at an hour 55. Still outside court. Okay, so it's got to be between.
Okay, I got Tom's CPU thing pulled up. Let me see if we'll play from there and see if we can see him.
He cut the video? Why?
Oh, he did cut the video. Yeah. Let me see.
How? He doesn't even know how to do that.
Well, probably can't.
Sorry, guys. I had to mute it for a second. No. The irony of church not liking the First Amendment. Huh. Say it.
Yes, the church does not like
Hi, Kristen. Hi, Cynthia.
He cut out the driving probably because YouTube.
Today I'm done. I've donated. Joey Potts, chill out, all right? You're my type of people, bitch.
No, now.
But kind of, not really. You'll get to meet me, boo. I'll be here. K-Mac, you the shit.
Is that the car?
All right. I don't know who this gentleman is, but good morning, guys. Go kick some ass. We love you. We'll see you. Bye, babe.
See the glares with the team?
We'll see you later. Good morning. Talk to you. Bye, babe.
Holy hell, there he is.
There he is.
Who's next to him? Who's this schmo?
I don't know who this schmo is, but there's definitely they got out of the same car.
Yeah. Interesting.
Reverse image. Reverse image.
Right?
If I had my phone, I would go closer. Oh, let me see.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah. Let's see. I mean, they look like they have two SUVs. So
like they come out the same location. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Is this the glare over here? I feel like
wait, when the letter was shown in the court ceiling. Oh, we call her Fanny. I call her Fanny. Like
Jesus Christ, Claire. You're like literally hanging out with the murder suspect. Fantastic.
I don't think that's Nathan Reed. Nathan Reed's a little shorter. I mean, it could be, but I don't think so. No, it doesn't look like Nathan Reed.
Bro, why would you wear jeans to a courthouse? What type of shoes does he have?
Good question.
Claire have? Does he have the white shoes? Does he have white shoes?
Sneaks.
Are they white?
I think they were yesterday.
Yeah. So if we go back, I think you see a gentleman over here with the jacket like the glare and the white sneakers.
Yeah. Oh, it is him.
That looks like the glare. Yeah, that's
he's got denim on bottom. Yeah.
He's got denim on bottom, white sneakers, and he's got the he's very.
Is he just waiting for them to get out, or did they already get out?
Well, he wouldn't be past this gate with them, right? He would have to get out of the car from there because they're all over here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So he was traveling with them.
Interesting.
And this is at 1:58:53.
So I guess the letter is like when the court fan is half in the picture there, like so at some point that's where we hear the letter. Oh, he wasn't there before they got there. Okay, yeah.
No, he was wearing black pants yesterday.
Interesting.
So I mean, it could. I think he was wearing black pants, but I kind of want to believe that he's wearing the same clothes. Just you know.
I mean,
my
I thought
own-
he was definitely wearing black on top. I know that.
Yeah, that he was wearing on top, but like he was all dressed in black yesterday.
Interesting.
So I mean, and he's getting out the same car with Karen Reed. Either he had breakfast with the Karen Reed, or he's
the same hotel.
Same hotel, same area.
Right. Interesting.
And we see it again. So this is the glare right here. I think this is him right here. Let's play it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You see him kind of wobbling next to the guy with the blue.
Yep.
And then he
Oh,
gets
wait,
out.
sorry, guys. I had
he
a
gets out of view.
for a second. The irony of church not liking the First Amendment. Huh?
Yes, that's why they call
Say
it freedom of religion. That's why our founding fathers came to America.
Hi, Kristen. Hi, Cynthia.
Church has never been in favor of freedom of speech. Then they wouldn't be burnt witches in the fucking medieval.
Joey
times.
Potts, chill out, all right?
The level of education of America has dwindled.
Not really. You'll get to meet me, boo. I'll be here.
Oh, no one
Hey,
cares.
Mac. You do shit. All right. I don't know who this gentleman is, but
we don't know who you are, so it's fine.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what we're doing. We're looking at the glare, literally hanging out with murderers.
Right.
Accused.
Accused.
Good morning, guys.
Sorry.
Go kick some ass. We love you. We'll see you later. Good morning.
It's now.
Talk to you. Bye, babe.
See, he had the blue pants.
Yep.
That's him. That's the glare.
Interesting.
And different pants. These are different pants. And yes, he was all in black yesterday. He looks so decrepit and old in his fucking real life, man. Like, ugh.
I didn't see you down there, Bree. Sorry.
That's okay.
That's what happens when vampires go out in daylight.
He looks like the old man of the sea. You ever see the movie, like the original black and white movie, The Old Man of the Sea?
Why is no? Because I hate Ernest Hemingway.
Oh, okay. I guess.
Maybe.
I was a lit major. I'm allowed to hate Ernest Hemingway.
Yeah.
I think
But
it's a movie.
that guy, they were saying that's Brian from LTL Media.
That's not Brian.
That's what everybody at the standout
No,
was calling him.
that's
No,
not
that is
Brian.
not Brian.
Okay.
That guy's way more jacked than Brian. Brian's
Yeah,
like
Brian's a
fucking-
skinny, tall dude. That is not Brian from LTL.
Yeah, that guy's
Okay.
lifting weights. That looks like maybe a bodyguard or something.
Yeah. Definitely looks like bodyguard or
Oh,
some
that
sort
might
of
be private duty security for Karen.
Could be.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? She has private duty security.
Why would he be way back there with the
Uh,
glare? You know?
Listen, she might look at what Chris and Katie are going through.
Yeah.
Without
she's
private
gone-
duty security, and they aren't
Oh,
suspects.
Chris
Right.
Chris Cross says maybe Karen Reed saw the infamous glare pic and was intrigued.
Maybe.
Well, if you don't know the lore with the glare, Twisted.
Do I know what?
The lore. The lore.
Is he going to
some of
ping
it.
dance on the table at lunch?
Okay,
Wait,
so
what?
basically he got into a fight with a guy named Morbid. And what happened is that it got released. They got into a confrontation and it got released that as soon as Morbid broke up with his ex, the glare contacted her. And then like literally, I think in a few text exchanges, shows a picture of his penis while he's like naked on a chair, angrily tugging at his penis.
Oh God, what is he, Aiden too? Like,
Yeah, and he does
Bitch,
it.
you said angrily tugging at it.
He was, man. He was. He was so angry. It was just
like women don't like that. FYI, guys, it's like not cute and we don't want it. Don't
So,
send it.
That guy. So basically, unfortunately for Mr. Glare, he basically did this to like Morbid got his hands on it and he put it on his community tab, but he didn't really block out at all. He just like shaded it lower, but everyone was clearly able to see it. And that is the infamous Glare penis pic. And then he went on his live stream crying. The Glare was like, "Oh, I feel violated" and stuff like that. And
Oh, you do? I'm sorry.
yeah.
How do you think
Revenge pornography.
Right.
Those were his
No.
exact words.
Revenge
Yeah.
pornography, and then he threatened to sue Morbid, and eventually got taken down and everything. But that is the infamous pic that we're talking about with the
I
glare.
find the hypocrisy amazing, though. Like, how do you think Aiden's latest victim feels? I'm just wondering. And you're supporting him in that, and also like shitting on her. You don't know her, you've never met her, and he's a bold-faced liar. He loves fucking using revenge porn, and you're like right up his asshole. What do you mean, guy? Like, the hypocrisy is fucking amazing to me. Like,
Greg would have no problem using revenge porn ever. I truly believe that. I truly believe he'd be fine with that. But that's just my opinion.
The day that Aiden got up and like his defense was, yeah, I taped it, and yeah, I've done this to all these other women. I was like, Will, that's it, I'm done. You are nothing like you pretended to be all these years. Nothing.
I mean, come on, dude. You're supporting someone that is a bold-faced liar who is bringing like evidence, and it's not the first case that he's tried to bring like doctored or made up evidence into court. Like, this is only like the 4th or 5th or 6th time he's done it. Like, legit. Like, he's been caught trying to literally frame Ryan Waters. Like, what the, like, stop it. Like, you support someone like that, and after you learn the facts, okay, I can understand if you don't know, okay, cool. But once you learn about it, you just ignore it, there's something wrong with you. Like, no.
But it's going to be like within 2 or 3 minutes after this that the selfie saga happens, and then about 5-10 minutes after that Tom writes the letter. And who he writes it to, I literally fell out of my chair.
Oh my God.
Because he wrote it. Just wait till you see who he addresses it to. It's hilarious.
He actually wrote a fucking letter. I literally can't even. Like, B Tim, can we get the letter? Can we scroll this over to the letter?
Like, he was threatening to, like, oh my God. Like, dude, are you going to kick people out of the movement now? Because what? They're responding to the circus you created and treating it accordingly?
Yeah. Right.
When you treat it like a block party, people show up expecting a block party. When
They
you
should
guys
fucking
swarm around Will asking him for his autograph, of course they're going to show up the next day doing the same.
Right. Hello.
Not
it's TV. Oh, is that him with the TV? Yeah. Okay. Somebody's got a microphone in his face. Is it after that?
It's right after he interviews with that. You should listen to those 2 interviews, him and Green Shirt Guy, whose name is
All right,
Scott,
hold on.
apparently, but I've been calling him Green Shirt Guy for months because
This Green
that's
Shirt
all
Guy,
he ever
yeah.
wears. Yeah,
This-
that same hoodie. He's been wearing it
This
for
Green
like
Shirt
8
Guy, this
months.
one? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
he
let's
gets
see.
interviewed and then Tom does.
All right, let's see. Oh, I gotta put volume.
Sally knows. Mute that for a second, please.
It looks like they live there. Like, what is this? Live at the courthouse now?
That appears to be past their buffer zone boundary because they're not supposed to be past the driveway.
Yep. Do they have us muted? Is that what they have us?
Oh yeah, the vast majority of the 7 o'clock hour was muted.
Oh, I see the letter. It's coming. It is coming. It's at 2 minutes and 24-ish and 30 seconds. So hold on. Let me get it up here a little.
Seriously, because Sally knows. Mute that for a second, please.
Here it comes, y'all. Can't. I literally can't. I gotta make this full screen for you guys. Hold on.
I have to say, Tom, you are the worst live streamer I've
I know, Jesus. Terrible, dude, especially with the camera. Like, come on,
Like,
guy.
there's like no one talking. There was no interaction. It's not entertaining. It's fucking
feet.
boring. It's fucking boring.
Oh, he
Why
got
is-
this. He got a new tablet, and he was telling everybody he was going to make everything so great. He could not figure out how to reverse his camera without yeeting himself from the live stream every time.
Oh man,
And I just laughed. But you're the tech guru, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a he's got burner phones and tapping phones and stuff like that.
But he couldn't
Alan, I
retrieve
hope
his
you
own
need-
backup.
Right. Like, right.
When he got his new phone, he could not get his own information off his own
All right,
phone
guys, sorry about that.
to transfer it.
There you go.
Or did I lose your volume? Are you muted?
No, live now.
Oh, I can't.
Look at that, look at that, look at that.
I seen it.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to put something inside in case it rains.
What?
Yep. Yep, no problem.
Thanks, Tom.
Anytime, Rita, anytime.
Don't take my data.
Yeah.
I hate people who use air quotes in the wrong place.
What are we going to look for on our
Yeah, no
phone?
shit.
Naked pictures,
Proctor
right?
would
Proctor would go right for the naked pictures, wouldn't he? What a jerk.
Yeah, because you're not a jerk at all.
From Tom, author? No.
Right, author? No.
Oh, some raindrops.
Okay, can we read it? Is he gonna read it?
All right. I'm just not happy about that whole situation. Not good.
Nope. Only Alan Jackson, Liza Little, and Alan Jackson can read that letter.
Good.
David Yanetti's not allowed.
Oh, okay. Why?
All right, bud.
Because it's addressed to Alan Jackson, Liza Little, and Alan Jackson.
You start
Is he
reading
gonna-
it, start
is he
crying.
gonna read it?
The people put so much into it. It's so amazing. Yeah.
I spent like 30 seconds. I could have spent 10 minutes.
People do. People, I mean, you've seen it. Yeah.
But no, that's it.
People
You
are
have
awesome.
to freeze and zoom
Oh,
to read
you're
it.
freaking awesome.
Aw.
Hey, umbrella girl.
Come on. Let's see what it says.
Hey, there's my guy. How's school going? You do?
Oh God.
Yeah. Oh Lord.
I and we apologize for interfering and getting in. I'm assuming that's going to say the way. We all understand the gravity. I'm sure it's going to say of the situation. Importance you all give. Karen, blah, 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 is personally upset and saddened at the actions of some of us. No way I want to do anything that is a detriment to your work. We all appreciate in something what you all are doing for Karen and only want to do things that make you three and of course Karen. Oh, you meant proud? Oh, okay. Again, and deeply sorry for the actions of some of us. We sometimes get carried away in the moment. Oh, I can't. It will never happen again. Is he serious? Is that real life? Is this real life?
Yeah,
Is this real
but then
fucking life?
he
wrote a
carries on.
4-year-old's apology letter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he carries on to say that he knows who they are, but they're not regulars. They're not associated with them. He's livid. They should never come back. They should be like, they should be like shunned or whatever. That can't ever happen again. Well, then why are you apologizing and promising they'll never do it again, Tom? You obviously can't control those two.
Well, I mean, Grant asked why did he send an apology letter to Ellen Jackson? Because that's his boss. Like when you're late, when you need a doctor's note, for taking off. It's just the same thing. He's got to send the letter to his boss, and his boss is Alan Jackson, Yannetti. They're kind of his boss. They kind of tell him what to say and what not to say, just like in the probable cause affidavit, like the probable cause affidavit or the arrest affidavit or whatever against Turtle Boy about how they directed the campaign. So, this makes sense to me. I think this makes absolute sense. You got to send that to your boss, guys.
It's fucking nuts, dude.
Well, no, get it right. His bosses are Alan, Liza, and Alan. There is no David on that letter.
David's not on there. And a box seat. I fucking can't. I literally can't. It's just a circus. It's an absolute fucking circus. I'm sorry. But no. Okay? Just fucking no. What is wrong with you people? There's going to be people that are going to go there and create a circus because you guys created that. Okay? You created it. So what you step in after that is on you and nobody else. They're mad because people are walking up to them. What do you think the rest of the press is going to do? They're going to follow them with cameras and walk up to them. So by telling you guys to stop, what does that exactly do? Nothing. It does nothing. It absolutely does nothing. The regular press is still going to do it. The circus has already been there for weeks. Nothing changes that now.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is only the money-making opportunity. It's a money-making circus, like many of these cases. It's all a money-making circus from these people. and they don't care about the damage that this is going to do in the future. They only care about the now. This is the main reason why this, a lot of things are bad right now, because everyone's worried about what they can get now instead of what is important in the future. And integrity in the news, integrity with being YouTubers, so you don't fucking work with almost like people who are going to be accused of murderers, intimidating witnesses. They don't care. They care about getting views now. They don't care about tomorrow. They don't care about making the entire court system into a sick, disgusting place where, now no one wants to really testify against murderers, famous murderers, because they might get their whole lives destroyed. I mean, that's the problem here. We have
Well, that's what makes me the angriest, is that there are so many people not willing to say anything because they're afraid. They're afraid of having to deal with what I had to deal with: the slander, the defamation, the harassment, the ongoing internet rumors and lies. Like, anybody who has the balls to speak out against Aiden or this circus is a target. And so they don't want to deal with it. People's jobs are called. There's, fake reviews being made. Like, it's insane. It's nutty. I've never, like, it's nuts.
And this is here. I'm going to share another video. This is literally another video in which Karen Reed confesses to.
I do want to say real quick. I agree with Chris. That's what I do from like 5:30 when I get up, because I'm in Illinois. So from like 6:30 Eastern until Elisa gets on, that's where I am. I'm yelling at my phone because I'm watching Tom's stream. But
Sometimes
this morning,
oh my God, Elise, you saved me from the madness.
Yes, save me again. The first comments in the chat were like, fuck that bee from Channel 10 and all this stuff. So I thought it was another instance of, oh, well, Tom jumped in her shot again and she stepped around him like she did last week. Because they were all so mad. Tom was like, oh, she stepped around me and blocked my shot. Well, no, you blocked hers. She's the journalist here.
Correct.
So here's another a confession by Karen Reed at the police station. Let me just make it louder. One moment.
Mm-hmm.
We're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight is correct and John is pulverized.
John was pulverized. My taillight is cracked. So why are you admitting to the taillight is cracked and John's pulverized? That's not beat up. That's not John beat up. Very interesting.
Not beat up at all.
I mean, she says that he was beat up by Brian Albert or something like that. If I can put this. He's saying beat up by Brian and Cullen. So it was Higgins involved? I guess not. Higgins wasn't involved at this point because that was too early in the conspiracy. So you have to make up this fucking bullshit thing that Brian and Cullen. But if Cullen wasn't there, then there's no motive for Brian to beat up John, Officer John Keefe. There's no motive. So, I mean, like, this just shows you that this woman is a liar, a garbage human being, and should not ever be trusted with anything this woman says. And she will never hit that. She will never go on that stand. She will.
So at that point, did she still think that Brian Higgins was going to cover for their almost affair?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because you have to remember, Aiden knew about these text messages very early on and decided he was going to hide them from his viewers. Now, I'm sorry, but the fact that he did that alone should speak volumes. Like, oh, well, it doesn't look good for Karen. Like, okay, it's part of the story now. It's going to come out one way or another.
Well, I mean, like, the problem with a lot of these conspiracy theories, it's like a rotten onion where there's layers of rot, and it doesn't make sense because the more you peel it, the more it's just like it's smaller and smaller because there's not enough. There's not enough there. I mean, at the end of the day, we're supposed to believe Cullen did it because he thought John O'Keefe was a nevercracker from a cartoon called Monster House. And we find out that it's really was the younger brother,
Dylan. It was Dylan that walked across the yard.
On the yard, and it was just this joke. Then they want us to believe sticking middle fingers out is this violent gang affiliation sign. Meanwhile, it's literally everything that everyone does in Boston. It's actually done by people in the Karen Reed movement as well, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
They want to make it then. So, and then you have a situation where text messages show that going home, and you have, you know, showing that he's heading home at 12:10, and that John was still at the bar at 12:11.
Correct.
Which is just an impossibility. So if he's removed, then there is no motive for Brian Albert to cover up anything.
No.
And let's say Higgins. I mean, and this is someone brought up on Twitter. If let's say John did come into the house drunk and they beat him up, they could have easily called the police afterwards and had 10 witnesses state, yeah, he came in and he attacked us. He was drunk and he was crazy and he attacked us.
Yep.
There's 10 of us that said this. And guess what? There would be very little chance of any charges being in. Matter of fact, he probably wouldn't even, like, if he was beat up in the house, he wouldn't die. I mean, if Karen Reed would have just hit him with the car and walked out of her car and checked on him, he would probably have been alive. He might have been brought to the hospital and he would have recovered maybe. I don't know if he would be the same after being that type of injury, but he would have been alive. The fact is that it just doesn't make sense, the conspiracy. They haven't really given, the defense hasn't given a malicious intent for them to want to beat up on John Higgins. Higgins wasn't even in a sexual relationship with, Karen Reed. And the best they got was like a kiss, and that was it, and some weird text. That's it. That's all.
And it was her.
Yeah.
She lied to get the phone number. He didn't initiate anything.
Yeah. I think at this point, it's just really sad. And I don't really understand why law tubers seem to not understand anything, actually. It's
they
weird.
understand, Beaton. They fucking know. I can't believe that they're that stupid or blind. I have to know that they know, and they're just choosing to ignore it to be in this conspiracy.
Between the belt and the shoe yesterday and the hat today, I'm really curious what they're saying now.
Oh, they're just gonna say like, "Oh, well, there it is." Like that's it. That's all they're gonna say. They're not gonna address the fact that they've lied this entire time. The taillight was found on top of the snow. No, it fucking wasn't. They dug for it. Like that. Oh, why did they find pieces that so many days later? Oh, because snow was melting and it was in the fucking snow. Like,
I mean, like, let's look at Emily, like this Emily D. Baker person. Let me see if I can find it. The greatest. Is this the one? Day 20. Okay, it's day 20. Yeah, this one. Okay, so here's Emily D. Baker. Her review of the tape. I got it shared. And tell me if this is logical. Let's go accelerate it a little bit.
Yep.
Okay, so this is her. We're going to listen to Emily D. Baker.
Just previously from 119. Where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other?
In the same location.
Defendant's vehicle back. Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point.
I mean, clearly the vehicle's being driven by somebody with hands.
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle is being driven by hands, but he can't just guess who's in the vehicle. He has to fucking set a foundation.
No.
And you know this.
She knows better.
Yeah. Let's just listen.
I can see hands.
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
How do you
when
know
the
that?
defendant, the timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m.
How do you
when
know
the
that?
defendant left the home.
Because it says
There's a timestamp on it.
There's a timestamp. How do you know that? Because it says it on the video. I'm just showing you a glimpse of the law tubers that are reviewing this case. Brilliant so far. I mean, she's really paying attention. You can really see her looking at her chat more so than the actual case. I mean, fantastic.
Home through the garage via her vehicle.
Brilliant.
How do you know that?
Look at the screen.
Look at the screen, ma'am. Just because you can't see it because you got all this shit on the bottom, like Law Nerd, Live Court, and all this shit, people can see this.
How do you know that this is at 5:07 a.m.?
What time?
You're sitting on top of it.
Yes.
This the timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
Ms. Newman, if you could play through this.
So this presumably is the morning of January 29th.
It is.
It's not presumably, man.
It's not presumably.
No, Monday I had hope, but no, she's in the can for Alan Jackson. That's
I
it.
mean,
I'm done.
Presumably, this is an agreed upon fact by both parties. They both.
I was going to
agree
say
on it.
it's stipulated to by both the defense and like what?
Like this is and people say law tubers are they think
How
Karen
smart.
Lee's innocent. I'm like, this lady needs new glasses. Maybe she needs to take off the sunglasses. I don't know.
At 5:07. I imagine we'll see much more of this video.
No,
in the
to be
time
fair,
come.
Tim, those glasses are medically necessary for non-neurotypical people, and especially ADHD.
Gotta make me look like an asshole.
I'm sorry.
Well, you know what? Every once in a while, you do have to be an asshole.
Yeah.
Open your fucking eyes. It's that simple. Jesus Christ.
Okay, now let's look at this. Does this look like how it looked like with the picture of the piece of glass hanging on the side like that, and there's no taillight here? Like does that look like it's broken? It's missing, and it
gone.
doesn't. It's gone, and you see like there's no pieces here, and not even the snow on this is down. And you see how big this bumper is, because if we presume that this is the part that hit the car, not this, because this would have to hit like at an angle, and it would have to be over. Okay, like something was over the bumper. So this part hit the car. This is very simple deduction because it's a straight line. You see where the tire tracks are?
You can see the tire track, yeah.
Here would be the spot where it would hit, not here.
Correct.
Yeah, the bumpers are on the same height with each other, so it would have been
Yes.
the bumpers hitting
Would
each
have been
other.
the bumper, yep.
If this was a smaller car, then maybe here would be there, and this was like a higher car. But this is the level of deduction we have in this fucking world that you can't even figure out simplistic fact. Like I can grab a person randomly from the street and say, "What part do you think that hit?" And they'd be like, "Bumper to bumper." What?
Right.
But this lady has a law degree and she's some sort of educated person, and she can't and this is why the world is as it is. It's fucked. Bullets and
Now,
You gotta
from
remember,
this particular pause portion of the video,
Does that taillight
Sergeant,
look like
what
it's
if
hanging on for dear life?
No.
No, it's gone.
it left. Nope, it left 2 weeks ago. Sorry about your bad luck.
It's
You can
she's
see
complaining about that little red dot at the bottom. That's why she. It looks like it's no.
You can see straight through to the reflection of the chrome from inside. Yeah, it's not hanging on. It's just not there.
Yep. Yeah.
It's not there, but she's saying it's hanging on to dear life. What is hanging on to dear life, ma'am? Like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, this is the level of law tubers. This is the commentary people need for their. No, I would rather just
keyword
commentary.
Law tuber.
Yeah,
they're not practicing anymore. This is what they do. So they are combining the best of both worlds, YouTuber and their knowledge of the law.
You
with
want to
their
say
life experience?
Voices? You want to say the best? I want to say the worst. The
You're not
worst of
doing-
both.
yeah.
The worst.
Chat?
Chat?
Does that taillight look like it is gripping for its life?
No, because it's not there.
It's gone. What the fuck do you mean, dude?
And since when do lawyers solicit public opinion, Emily?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, but like, please never be a detective ever.
Like, this is just a level of stupidity I have never seen in my goddamn life. I mean,
Like,
this
bro,
is-
it's clearly gone. It's clear. You can see the half part that's still there that matches exactly what's in the Sally port. Like, what do you mean? It is
Okay.
gone.
Okay, so let me stop sharing this dummy and let me show you Heels in the Airs video a while ago. Heels in the Airs video was about 2 months ago, you know? So let's listen to a bunch of morons that tell us that it wasn't broken at that time. All right, let's start with Okay, let's go to the Mr. Sean the Goff.
Oh boy.
Sean the Goff, man. He is this brilliant DEA agent that was.
And there's like a second. Then she applies the brake. The funny thing is,
This scales this video.
Comes back from John's car back into her car. So that energy goes back into the taillight. Okay. So you get 6,500 going in. It's crazy stuff because I had an accident investigation school. And it's Newton's third law. And I was told by
Might want a refund.
Back channel of Twitter and how it's true. The law, the energy. Once John's car stopped Karen's SUV, that energy came back. And that's how she cracked it.
This man's an idiot.
There's a white part. It's actually the blinker and the
Idiot.
And that's where the crack happened.
It basically that taillight housing covers the side and the back of the quarter panel of the car. It's all one piece that slides in the back of the car. You can see that in those photos I sent you from the Canton Police Department impound lot.
Okay.
That one photo that's on there that's very clear. You'll see that you can see the whole lot that's completely broken out. That's when they say they tampered with it.
You're saying it covered right
You see this? All right, let's continue.
there, right? I thought it only covered here.
No, it's the whole, all of that. It's basically all of that.
Oh.
Yeah. It's gone. Yep.
The screenshot from the video, that's that jagged piece hanging down, but you're looking down at it, so it looks a little different in shape.
Yeah, because you're looking down.
People know.
And this guy's called, by the way, who's doing this commentary, Hillbilly Nitro. He's in the chats. He's a very nice guy. Talked to him once or twice. Very nice. And he is smarter than a lawyer, DEA agent, a bunch of lawyers, actually. It seems like he's probably smarter than the whole fucking law school of lawyers, apparently.
People say, Sean, off the tail light. No. I was in this guy's live. He's in Wales. I kind of left everything on the field in his stream, and I went totally at this taillight. And I don't need to show any pictures. It's clear as daylight. And I made one challenge, but we'll get to that. So,
All right. He doesn't need to show any pictures.
Right? What?
He knows everything.
You want to pull up the
I
video?
love
Want me to pull up the video?
I tried so hard.
It's turning right now.
All right. So right there, he hit, and then a split second later, the brakes go on, and you can't see it clearly from this angle when you do. So. Okay. Now I don't know if we can zoom in. So this is what I've worked on.
You can zoom in like on your end if you can zoom in a little bit. Let's see.
Really, I got these stupid.
How's that? Okay.
Yeah, that's great. It doesn't really matter. So if you look,
doesn't matter.
So I started looking. I said, wait a minute, this is crazy. That right side is pretty much intact. But we know Jen talked about the taillight being cracked, right?
The spotlight from the camera. That's a ring. That's a ring spotlight. It has a spotlight on it. And the light is shining down and shining onto the silver housing, and you can see that little red jagged mark. Piece of plastic
right
hanging
there.
at the top.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's right there. That's the red.
That housing is completely busted right there. And you see, there's no red plastic laying behind that video.
So this was discussed 2 months ago. 2 months ago. This just shows you, I just wanted to point that out, like how stupid these people are. Like,
and if you'll remember, Tim, it was Sean McDonough showing up on TV that really, really, really set me off. Because it was like, oh, no, you are not lying about car damage. No, not happening.
I mean,
it's
missing.
Yeah.
It's
No,
very
yeah.
clear.
Well,
that
Wally
no.
knew exactly what he was doing. He was waiting for until Officer Buchanan jumped on to actually talk about it, and he pointed out the taillight is shattered. There is no pieces. Listen to his cross of the guy. He says there are no pieces on the ground. Ergo, if there's no pieces on the ground, where are the pieces to plant?
Right. Come on, dude.
And if it's the same damage, then if it's the same damage, then that means that it had to be damaged somewhere. In her original statement, what did she state? We can go to the original statement. I'll go to
Well,
the
she
innocent
said
call.
that she broke her taillight, but that she didn't look at the damage. Well, how do you know it's broken if you didn't look at the damage?
No, it's even better. Here, I'll do another share screen. Since we're going to just completely destroy these people right now, completely destroy these morons.
No one, I don't think anybody needs to send Lolly anything. I think that he is a prosecutor with, this is not his first case.
No, plenty
This
of
won't be
experience.
his first conviction. And I vehemently am against the general public being allowed to just send attorney things during trial. Now, yes, the TMZ guy and the trailer park guy did come forward during the Johnny Depp trial, but they approached the lawyers the correct way, which was privately, and then they were well vetted before they were put on that stand. They didn't just start sending screenshots of Facebook and then bragging about it on live streams.
Yeah, but listen to this testimony from Buchanan about what she stated in her statement about the damaged taillight.
The actions that were taking place.
I mean, I'm just going to jump a little bit.
That courtesy. Answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at CF McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from CF McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left CF McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at CF McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night."
I don't know. It happened last night.
Last night.
Not this
Right.
morning. Last
Right.
night. That's key words that came out of her. Last night. And it was not challenged. Yeah. It was not challenged. So basically, she made a statement that her car taillight was damaged last night, not that morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:07, last night. Of course, you know, Miss Emily D. Baker did not actually pay attention to that.
course not. Of course not. Well, again, she doesn't seem to know the facts since the beginning of this, so that's partly probably why. But even so, they like to ignore things that make sense because it doesn't fit that conspiracy theory, and they want to stuff that in the box. I did not see that video. Did anybody else see this video?
I haven't, but then no one
video on our community page.
I haven't watched it yet, but no one followed up by talking about it, that the defense was mad because it looked like the prosecution was hiding evidence. No, the prosecution was not hiding evidence. Judge Canoni actually pointed out to them very clearly that they were served with the notice of service in April.
Yeah.
They ignored it for 2 months.
This is malpractice from them. They basically sat on a key piece of evidence for 2 months, and they said nothing. And my guess is that either it slipped because you're dealing with a lot of documents. If that's the case, that's just a level of incompetence that's just gigantic, and it could be. And I think it's malpractice suit going, or they purposely ignored it and hoped that maybe they could have argued that for a mistrial that didn't come in the last minute. Either or. These people, I don't doubt either of those scenarios.
No,
But
I did not see this either. This one I didn't see that either.
Yeah.
So you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a dog, like a feral cat. Like it wants to make friends, but every time you go to pet it, it scratches you, and that's what Jackson reminds me of.
Also, also, uncivil law is a weirdo. I don't think anything that man said.
Easy, Tim. You are insulting attorneys left, right, and center today.
Well, that's
Could you
an
please
opinion.
phrase those properly?
I
Counselor?
think he's a weirdo. That's my opinion. Him, like, literally, I had to see that date video of uncivil law. I was like, whoa, bro, that's weird. And him,
I stood beside Kurt even through the false striking nonsense because I thought he learned and I thought he would do better. And he has just gone farther and farther down the rabbit hole. And I quit watching Kurt for good about probably 10 or 11 months ago.
I thought he was it's just a weird, because like to me, it's like, I don't know, man. I've seen a couple of videos and I get a very weird clout chasing feeling from him. Like he will do anything for that clout. He will befriend everyone for that clout. And that's just my feeling. I think, in my opinion, he's weird. And by the way, my opinions do not reflect the channel holder, nor does she agree or disagree with my opinions. Do not.
I don't know him, so yeah, I don't know.
She does not know me, and everything I state is from me and my opinion.
I mean, uncivil. I don't know him. I have never.
No,
watched
I'm saying you don't know me, so just in case someone tries to say that you agreed with my statement. Opinion, just in case.
I mean, everybody has their own opinions. That's simple. Like,
listen, a couple of us got to watch and be careful on what we say right now. We just got renamed in some messes.
Yeah,
so
the BHB. It's a separate
we need to
matter.
remember our phrasing, and at this point, we got to be cautious on what we say on panel.
No. Queen's dealing with some
idiots.
An opinion of mine is some lady that is very litigious, who basically called Bullhorn Betty, and it is a separate action, and you can probably Google it and see it. It's pretty crazy.
And in this case, Court TV is at least attempting to give the appearance of impartiality.
Yeah.
Well, no, Court TV is literally skating in the middle. They want the views. They want the conspiracy person up, and they want the person that's anti-conspiracy, so that they can be entertainment. They know, like, if I went to Vinny and I put a gun to Vinny's head and I says, "Do you believe? Yes or no?" And he had to tell the truth. He'd be like, "No, I don't believe this shit. This is bullshit."
Yeah.
He knows this. I mean, Vinny's not a dummy. I don't think Vinny is not a dumb man. Vinny knows that super ratings is the controversy and the fighting back and forth. He knows, just like, those political pundit shows where you have like a left and a right person fighting. It's the same shit. It's entertaining for the audience. It's entertaining for the show. Get some ratings. So they don't really want to put to bed the whole thing and just kind of be like, let's ignore this bullshit conspiracy theory. They want to play to both sides so that it's an argument and a fight. And that's how it is.
Right.
It's for views and money, which whatever. I mean, that's the way of the world.
I would hope she wouldn't tend to go with chat, Emily D. Baker. I mean, you would go with your own deduction, I would assume. I mean, like chat's not always going to agree with me. Like,
Ozzy Insider, she's new friends with Melanie Little. Well, it's not a shocker, guys. It's not a shocker. I've seen a little bit of a weird clip.
Yeah.
It's just how it is, man. I mean, at the end of the day, these people are channel building, and that's what's going to happen. Do I think there's going to be consequences for most of these people for their dishonesty? No, I think their channels are going to grow. They're going to make a lot of money, and eventually people will forget about everything they said 3 months down the line, and they'll move on to the next case, and then they'll do the same shit.
Can we finally address the elephant in the room, this whole FKR? Do you all realize that looks like, when you guys come in and type FKR, you do realize it looks like fucker?
I know.
Like, it looks like y'all are saying fucker.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
I just know it by now, so I don't even like see it like that because I already know it by now. But
it's
not
hey, I've been saying all week, my FKR ain't free.
Yeah, right. It was not. It was deleted. Karen was the only one who had access to that ring cam between 1 and 5 a.m. and it was deleted. 17 out of 18 things on that camera were deleted. Like,
the problem is, do you know anything about the motion hearing on Monday?
I don't. Can somebody pull up what Andy posted so I can go over it? I have to send Andy Dufresne. So it's at Andy ANDIE DUFRENSE.
ENSE?
Yep.
Nothing comes up with that. Let me see.
What?
I'm probably typing it.
Isn't it ESNE?
It's backwards. It's Dufresne Andy at, but then it's at DUFRENSE Andy ANDIE, all one thing. I just don't have my Twitter up, and I'd have to sign in and do all that crap. And
spell the first word for me. DUFRENSE.
It's the at.
I see it now. Okay, cool. Okay. Here's the motion prosecution presenting. Okay. And it says here, on April 15, 2024, the day prior to trial, the defendant provided Commonwealth. Okay, so this is Commonwealth renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
So basically, they want to exclude the defense's expert. For what reason? I don't know.
Yeah, it says on April 15, 2024, the day prior to trial, the defendant provided the Commonwealth with a witness list which contained the names of civilians, police, defense investigators, and experts. On April 24, 2024, the Commonwealth filed Commonwealth renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and renewed request for a voir dire of any proposed defense experts during that week of jury impanelment. The defendant was ordered to comply within 1 week with Mass R Crime P14 on April 29, 2024. Opening statements were made and the trial testimony commenced. The defendants sporadically provided reciprocal discovery to the Commonwealth on May 1st, 2021 and May 7th, 2024. See Commonwealth versus Renards, 429 Mass 388397, parentheses 1999, close parentheses, open parentheses. Defendant's discovery obligation includes impeachment evidence, quote, allowing the defendant to withhold such evidence against a witness who is certain to be called to testify would undermine the discovery rules and allow attorney to return to trial by ambush. Theatrics do not accord with our discovery process. Close quotation, close parentheses. The defendant has failed to comply with Mass R Crim P 14. I'm just going to say that. Which requires the defendant to produce all intended expert opinions, evidence, including all written reports, opinions that pertain to this case, and identity of anything upon which the expert bases their opinion. And then you cite law. I'm trying to look for more. I'm trying to see if there's more.
Yeah.
For automatic exchange of discovery regarding the intended expert opinion evidence, the Commonwealth again renews its motion for reciprocal discovery. On April 15, 2024, the defendant identified Chris Van E. PhD as a potential expert witness in biomedical and mechanical engineering. The defendant pro-offered that Mr. Van Eer will testify regarding his opinion and conclusions regarding the Commonwealth reconstruction and the EDR data obtained in connection with the case. He will testify to the chronological data derived from the EDR, including the key cycles and triggering events from the time period of question. However, this description fails to comply with Mass R. Crim, which requires the defendant to disclose the opinions rendered, all intended opinions, evidence, and any reports prepared by the experts. The defendant also identified 3 experts from ARCCA, LLC, Daniel Wolf, PhD, Andrew Rentschler, PhD, and Scott Klein, BSME, as expert witnesses in the accident reconstruction. The defendant indicated that each expert will testify consistent with report in possession of the Commonwealth. Pursuant to Mass R. Crim P14, the Commonwealth again moves for the defendant to produce all written reports, opinions that pertain to this case, and the identity of anything upon which the expert bases his opinion. The Commonwealth also moves for the defendant to specify what each of the 3 experts did and what their independent opinions is, and what each expert would testify to. Further, a voir dire is necessary to determine whether each of these 4 proposed experts are qualified to render an opinion about crash reconstruction, whereas all 4 proposed experts are biomechanical engineers and not crash reconstructionists. On May 21st, 2024, the defendant provided Commonwealth with the curriculum vitae, which is basically like a resume of people, of Dr. Marie Russell, an expert witness not previously disclosed. On May 30th, 2024, during the 6th week of trial, Attorney Little provided the following synopsis about Dr. Russell. She has reviewed the autopsy photos and grand jury testimony of Dr. Scotty Bello, the entirety of the autopsy report, all reports associated with Chloe's prior bite history, photographs of the items in evidence, and the UC Davis DNA testing results and evidence submission forms. She expected to be called with focused testimony related to the right arm injury sustained by Mr. O'Keefe. Dr. Russell will testify that the wounds and injuries in Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with an animal attack, namely teeth or claw marks, or combination of both from an animal. She will also testify that these injuries are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, or scratches from broken glass or taillight material. She will base her opinion and conclusions in part on having treated hundreds of patients in the ER with injuries sustained with animal attacks, including dogs. No written reports or opinions from Dr. Russell were provided. A criminal on the 6th week of trial. A criminal defendant's reconstructional right to call a witness on her behalf is not an absolute and may be limited in the judge's discretion in the face of legitimate demands of adversarial system. Commonwealth versus Draka, 46 Mass App. I'm just going to continue. Citation and internal quotation omitted. The defendant filed the notice of expert 1 day before trial on April 15, 2024, and for Dr. Russell on May 21st, 2024, with a synopsis of her opinions over a week later on May 30th, 2024. During the 6th week of trial for violation of Mass Art Crime P14, Judge may, in her discretion, bar these witnesses from testifying. This sanction may not be imposed without a judge's balancing the Commonwealth interest in enforcing its procedural rules against defendant's constitutional right to present evidence on her behalf. Factors of certain, such as balance, include prevention of surprise, evidence of bad faith, prejudice to the Commonwealth, the effectiveness of less severe sanctions, and the materiality of the testimony outcome of the case. And then they cite case law, and then there's more. The Commonwealth moves to exclude Dr. Russell's testimony as Commonwealth is prejudiced by the extremely late notice of Dr. Russell. The Commonwealth has called over 50 witnesses thus far and requests for a continuance 7 weeks in trial. The Commonwealth has called over 50 witnesses thus far, and a request for continuance 7 weeks into trial is impractical. In addition, jeopardy has attached. The Commonwealth is furthermore prejudiced by the defendant's decision to elicit the testimony and the surprise it has caused. During a final pretrial hearing on February 15, 2024, when asked by the court there was any dispute about canine involvement or canine DNA, and Attorney Getty indicated, quote, no, which is true. We see out the video, and that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. It was not until April 29th, 2024, during opening statements, where contrary to the court's prior ruling, that third-party culprit evidence was not admissible or appropriate for opening statement. Attorney Getty unfairly prejudiced the Commonwealth by arguing, quote, Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means that somebody else did it, end quote. And then surprisingly proceeded to claim that the defendant's injuries were consistent with dog attack. In light of this, on May 15, 2024, the Commonwealth called Terry Kahn, a forensic scientist, to testify that there was no canine DNA present on the samples provided to the veterinary forensic laboratory. Ms. Kahn did not render an opinion about the cause or appearance of John O'Keefe's injuries, nor offered any testimony about whether John O'Keefe's injuries were consistent or inconsistent with animal attacks. The Commonwealth is unduly prejudiced by the defendant's intentional delays in providing appropriate discovery and notice to the Commonwealth. See Renard 429 Mass at 398. Bad faith when failure to provide discovery is deliberate and willfully motivated by desire to obtain tactical advantage that would minimize the effectiveness of cross-examination and the ability to adduce rebuttal evidence. Internal citation omitted. Furthermore, the proposed testimony of Dr. Russell may necessitate a Dubart Lagoon hearing. I don't know what that Dubart Lagoon hearing, where the defendant bears the burden of establishing that the proposed testimony would assist the trier of the fact and that the methodology underlying the expert testimony is sufficient reliable. The trial judge must also determine whether the witness has sufficient knowledge of the fact and expertise to render an opinion or note. Dr. Russell's expertise is with treating patients in the emergency room and how injuries may appear on living individuals, rather than how injuries are depicted on deceased males in post-mortem photographs. As for the expert disclosure on April 15, 2024, the Commonwealth again moves in order that the defendant produce appropriate proffer opinion evidence and expert reports forthwith so that the Commonwealth can adequately prepare for cross-examination. As to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth moves for order to exclude her testimony entirely, as there is no less severe sanctions to emulate the surprise, bad faith, outrageous delay disclosure. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proof and production at trial and cannot try the case while simultaneously working to understand and rebut testimony from experts whose reports and opinions it does not have. Without such, the Commonwealth is prejudiced and unable to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses. So in substance, they want to get rid of that Dr. Russell, and they want to get reports from the accident reconstruction people and do a voir dire of them.
Yep, because here's the problem, is you can't, so observer, funny you say this, because what I find funny is if the defense, and this was opposite, you'd be screaming from the rooftops that the Commonwealth is trying to play games. Like that's what you would say. You would say that the Commonwealth didn't answer discovery and they're just trying to play games. So of course it should be excluded.
That's a problem because you have to, it's a very, very big problem. And the fact is that a person can't really do a proper autopsy of someone with photos.
Nope.
It just doesn't work that way.
No.
Well, and they're making the whole, they're only doing it because she's going to say something that, is going to help Karen. They're saying that at the exact same time as they're saying, the prosecution was hiding evidence, but they weren't. The defense just ignored it for 2 months.
Yeah, and I'm kind of shocked.
So you can't have it both ways. Like if you evidence has ways that it comes in. Witnesses have to be, their expertise has to be evaluated by the judge in order to give them the expert designation that allows them to do things like look at their notes, refer to their reports. And they want to come back against thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of investigators that they're calling liars with one woman who has a few hundred patients in the ER.
Yeah, and then what's the surprising thing is I was expecting an expert witness in autopsies, like someone who's actually cut open people to see how they died and that type of deal. I didn't think that they would get some lady who works at the ER. That's like me getting a registered nurse to testify.
Yep. I was just going to say a registered nurse. Yeah.
I mean, that seems kind of nuts to me. And also, it's like, based on your conclusion, how could you come to a conclusion that it's dog bites based upon like just looking at the wound patterns that you're not even sure if those are the proper wound patterns that appeared to the EMT at the time? So it's like, I think there's a strong possibility that woman will be thrown out.
Absolutely. There's a very strong possibility they don't let her in, especially because they didn't follow the rules of evidence. There's no cross-examination proper, and it's not proper for them to have someone saying it's dog bites looking at pictures when there's no dog DNA.
And there's a reason they could not get a legitimate credentialed retiree to make those statements on a stand.
Correct, because no one is going to say that they're dog bites. That's why they used someone like that. That's why they tried to get, and that's why they waited till the very last second to do anything of the sort to have her put in, because they knew her testimony is going to be objected to by the Commonwealth and possibly thrown out. They were trying to pull a fast one. Simple. Like,
yeah, and I think like they really did kind of like skate a mistrial when they just stated my client is framed. He basically did a third-party fucking exculpatory opening statement, and I think like I think there's a real strong possibility. I mean, the judge has been very lenient to the defense. A lot of people want to shit on her that she's so with the prosecution, but she has been extremely lenient to the defense.
She's bent over backwards for them. Let's get real here. Like,
yeah,
and I think that's because she knows they're trying to throw it and she refuses to let them.
Yep, exactly why. That's exactly why.
And you can't really expect Mr. Lally to suddenly get like 500 pages or so of documentation and review that while trying a murder case. That's an outrageous expectation. This takes a while to review and to basically look at the background. This is a surprise witness, and we're going to the defendant, and I think the judge is probably going to be like, okay, like how fast can you review? When are you going to call this lady? How fast can you review these notes? But the problem is that you would need a voir dire to feel if she's actually qualified to state, because honestly, she's basically a person that works at the ER. I mean, come on. I mean, that's not an ME. It's not a retired ME with a long history. And also, even if it wasn't a retired ME, without the body, I mean, you can't really, the person who did it is going to supersede the person who just saw pictures.
Absolutely. And not only that, but again, pictures that, remember, the one picture that made it to the public was darkened by the defense and lividity taken out. So it was altered.
Yeah, I don't understand. I think it's a very foolish move by, I don't understand why they did that, to be honest with you. And like what she's going to testify to.
Sneak her in. That's what I think. I think they were trying to sneak her in because they knew they weren't going to get her in any other way.
I mean, what she's going to testify to is like basically if the wounds are not consistent with the car struck or road rash or scratches from a broken glass or taillight materials. Well, how would you?
How'd you know that?
How would you know that? I mean, based on and the materials that she says she's got is testimony will be entirely of the autopsy report, which you're going to work with the person who believes it's not dog bites reports, or reports associated with Chloe's prior bite history, which.
That's not an expert opinion. Someone who goes over.
Opinion.
No.
That's basically a dog fight that happened.
That happened that the woman got. We don't even know which dog it was. You can't even pin that on Chloe. Like
photographs of the items in evidence and UC Davis. So the Davis one goes against your theory of dog bites, and the autopsy report goes against your dog bites.
Yep.
So I don't understand it. And she's going to put her name on it. And who is this lady though? Doctor.
I don't know. They probably paid her a lot of money, like RP is saying. They probably just gave her a shitload of money. And I mean, if you get somebody a shitload of money, even they will convince themselves it's true. Like, yeah, a dog expert. They couldn't even get a dog expert to say that, sort of, because no dog expert would say that. And none that's actually have seen all the pictures and not just the darkened one shown by the defense to the public. Like, you know, like that's, come on. Like, it's utterly ridiculous.
Do we even know like the background of this doctor at all?
No, that's the problem. That's literally the freaking problem, is that we don't know the background, and that the Commonwealth doesn't know the background. They're basically saying she only had a few hundred patients and she's seen dog bites, so she's an expert on this. Like, no, No,
Yeah,
no.
I would say. I mean, honestly, I'm starting to wonder if Karen Reed's got ripped off by her attorneys
No,
because
she definitely 100%
these are
did.
gigantic
They
mistakes.
thought by opening that FBI investigation, it was somehow, some way going to help them make this go away. Like that's what they thought. Like, and again,
I mean,
it was
like,
the defense that started this FBI investigation. Let's be very clear about where that FBI investigation went from. The defendant and the defense. That's been said in open court. So I just want to make that clear. Like, that's where it came from.
I'm wondering because like the guy is not receiving the taillight, the Sally Port video. He is not 2 months ago. That was given to him 2 months ago before trial. He is putting. He knows what is going to happen by putting this expert on. The expert is not someone I would base my reputation on to put on the stand because the guy is basically stating, "Oh, I got ER experience." That's like me. That's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Absurd.
Yeah, and I think like it's just not good. I think it's a very, very bad situation. I think she might have like a lawsuit against her own attorneys, to be honest with you.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, the original ones don't show these deep wounds. They show that it's like scratches, scrapes, like that it's consistent with being hit by a vehicle. Like that's the problem that we have here. And I think that's something that the prosecution is going to argue, which is like, hey, what we have here shows there was no goddamn dog bites. So why would we have someone that doesn't even know what they're talking about based upon darkened pictures by the defense, who's had a few hundred patients in an ER, claim that it is, when clearly it is not. It is only meant to prejudice the jury. And all of this had to have been done before the trial started. You cannot bring in an expert without giving all of the materials to the opposite side, because if the Commonwealth did that, the free Karen readers would be screaming from the rooftops that it's corrupt, they're hiding things, and like, come on.
I think, Steph, most likely it's going to come in. I think there's going to definitely be a voir dire.
It is a voir dire, definitely.
I think there's definitely going to be a voir dire, and I think there's going to be limitations to her, that person coming up. I don't think she's going to say, you can't call this person as a witness, because I feel like that would be, even though it's a dirty tactic, but it would be something for appeal. And I feel like this judge does not.
Yeah, she's not allowing appeals here. Nope.
So I think it will come in, but I think there will be a voir dire. It's going to waste more time of the jury, and it's going to have some issue. And I think it's going to be limited in scope of certain things. And I think
it would definitely be limited in scope, 100%.
Yeah, but that's just my opinion. I don't think it's going to be. But if it is thrown out, it's really bad for Karen Reed. It's literally like their main person. And
I also think, Tim, real quick, that Alan Jackson's, vested interest in his $1 million paycheck kind of evaporated on May 9th when Uncle Moneybags got out of prison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is with Yannetti is that he also stated in before, which might be thrown out based upon his statement. I think like if Yannetti did not make that ridiculous statement, like, no, we're not pursuing a dog bite theory, and then proceed to go
with the dog bite theory. Right.
Which I think is going to be held against him. I think that's a bad move. I think it's good. Not either way. It's not good for the defense. I think it's going to be a bad situation for the defense either way, because either it's going to be limited in scope or thrown out. And that's not good for the defense at all.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like they're only going to get to what the defense gives them because they want them to come to the conclusion of what they want them to come to the conclusion of. So they're going to give them only the things that would possibly let them come to that conclusion. Like, who is Uncle Moneybag?
Harvey Weinstein.
Mm-hmm. He represents Harvey Weinstein. So yeah, no, I doubt they did either. But they're not that's the Commonwealth's point, is they're not accident reconstructionists. They're not. That's the point.
You can't have people who are not accident reconstructionists testify against accident reconstructionists. Because it's like, it's like me, like you know what, that's like me, like a baseball, where we're discussing baseball, and I'm a baseball player, and then we bring in a guy who's a fucking a lawyer, and and it's just debate me on baseball. It's like, no, we're two different professions, and we're talking about a subject you have no expertise in. You might have a hobby in, you might love collecting those baseball cards, but you are not a doctor or a professional in that field, and your opinion means nothing. And it just shows you how desperate the defense is, because they literally have to scrape the bottom of the fucking barrel to get some, like, these experts.
Well, Ellen, here's the thing is his wounds are not as deep as they try to make it look like. I promise you, I've seen the original photos. They darkened with a filter the photo that they let out to the world on John's arms that make it look like they're dark, deep wounds, and they're not. They're not.
And I also think the FBI may have gotten the initial batch of evidence that, you know, spurred them to open their investigation from the defense, but they didn't get all of their evidence from the defense.
Correct.
They conducted their own investigation. That was the,
Well,
didn't find anything. Here you go. We're done.
Actually, here's a funny story. The prosecution said in open court during pretrial that all of the materials that the FBI got was only from the defense, and they had not asked for a single shred of evidence from the Commonwealth.
And if they
Exactly.
still found no corruption or collusion,
Correct.
then that doesn't speak well to the defense at all.
Exactly. 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 That's my point. like even then they found nothing. No collusion, no giant conspiracy. Like, they had tweaks about what the cops could have or should have done. That was about it. Like, literally. Well, yeah, that's their job, is to create doubt, right? Like, no, they didn't. The FBI did not ask the state. As of that hearing, they had asked the state for nothing, not a shred. And that's why I say, no, not the constructionist, but the FBI. So how can the FBI do a thorough investigation without all the evidence, right? Like, well, apparently they still did, and they still found nothing. Like, well, they
And
were.
I don't think necessarily being a mechanical engineer. I mean, yeah, you could have a mechanical engineer and have a PhD, but not necessarily be an accident reconstructionist. I mean, Lego employs mechanical engineers with PhDs.
No, see, that's where they tried to trip you up, Michael. By them stating that it was an FBI reconstructionist, they were trying to make you think that the FBI handed over the people that they allowed to do this investigation to them, which would be completely illegal in any way, shape, or form. They were people they were claiming that had worked at one time Quantico or the FBI that were experts. They weren't the FBI experts. See, that's where they love to play those word games to make you think what they want you to think. And Proctor is going to testify. He is testifying.
Yeah, I just think it's just.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point, is to introduce.
Hose much longer till Michael Proctor testifies. Some point in the next 2 weeks, and she said that the jury would have the case by then.
If I was the prosecution, I'd probably call Proctor right after Buchanan. I would, just because people's memories will be fresh with Buchanan's testimony.
Right.
You know what I mean? And,
pretty.
Oh, nice. I think it'll be like testimony will be like fresh with Proctor's, the jury's memory will be fresh with Buchanan's testimony, and it would actually kind of solidify a lot of what he's saying. It's still going to be a rough day for Mr. Proctor.
I don't know what you're saying that we have backwards, but I assure you, I definitely don't have anything backwards.
I'm not sure about that. What you mean? You don't have everything backwards? Yeah, you got to be more specific on what we have backwards.
How about him calling Buchnick Proctor on the stand yesterday, y'all?
No, that was this morning. That wasn't yesterday.
Oh, that was this morning. Okay.
Yes,
sorry.
I can pull up the clip if you like of him doing
Oh my gosh, all my days are running together, and
the thumb drive is just what the judge is asking for because she wants no more issues like this. So that's the point. Her point is, I want everything that you're going to bring in evidence on a damn thumb drive, so there's no more of these goddamn issues. Like, that's what she's asking for. She wants to make sure she has seen everything, has vetted everything from both sides, and that there's no more issues of we didn't see this or this person's going to be introduced without vetting them properly. So she wants it all now. Yeah.
Well, also Jackson wanted to load that up and start playing things off of it, and she was like, "I'm not going to let you do that unless Mr. Lawley knows what's on it." And he stood up and
Right.
said, "I don't, Your Honor."
Right. Here's the Mr. Jackson, the $1 million lawyer, in action.
Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I am not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry. No, you're not. Sergeant Buchnick.
Sergeant Buchanan.
How do I say it?
Buchanan.
Buchanan.
Yeah, that's fine.
Buchnick?
Yes.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
If I screw it up again, please.
That's your $1 million lawyer who he doesn't even know who the person he's questioning is on the stand. He literally thought this guy was Proctor for a second. He probably says Proctor every time he goes to bed as a prayer, and every time he wakes up, he says the name Proctor. And it probably is built into that man's head at this point.
Yeah, okay.
Proctor, Proctor, Proctor.
If we're
We also
backwards
don't-
on defense's opinion, wouldn't that mean they think she's guilty?
Right.
People are backwards on the defense's opinion.
Not only that, but you don't have to say out loud you're leaving. There's you can just do that.
Yeah, it's called, you can skedaddle away.
Yeah,
but the fact is,
it's not an airport. You no need to announce your departure.
Nope. Yes, they only did have 2.5. I didn't think they were going to do a half day. They did a half day, and I knew we didn't have court. I told you guys yesterday we were not going to have court on Friday. I already knew that. I knew that at the beginning of the week.
They will never let me on a jury scanner, especially not one involving vehicle damage, because I know too much.
they wouldn't let me on because I'm actually a critical thinker, and I'd probably laugh the majority of time.
Okay, so can we talk about that? There was a lady that came up yesterday, and she kind of listen, I was quiet. I listened to her side, and I've really been thinking about it, because she's like, you couldn't be impartial. Listen, lady, I know myself well enough, and I also know that I have a mood stabilization issue. I take a pill for it every day. Some days I'm better at battling my shit. You probably don't want somebody like me on a jury, because I can sway from guilty to not guilty all the way back to guilty, and then get comfortable in my own thoughts and early judgment process. You wouldn't want somebody like me on your jury. I would do a disservice to it.
I can definitely be impartial, but I can't do that when I already have evidence that not even you know about, sir, ma'am, whatever. So no, I'm sorry, but I let evidence dictate my opinion, not what random turtle people say. So there's that.
The problem is that you are going to a commentary channel, and if I didn't do research on the case and just went into the case blindly, I'd be fumbling like EDB, Emily D. Baker, who can't even listen. She's too preoccupied looking at her chat and counting the super chats. So I come in with my own research. I've looked into this case for almost 8 months. 8 months. I think Twisted's looked into this case longer. So we are not going to be on that jury because we have done research outside the scope of what is admissible and what is not admissible. Right. And we are not going to be on that jury. So you come here for the opinions on the other side. Now, if you can't handle the opinions on the other side, then I'm sorry. I've invited people many times to jump on a panel to debate me or to discuss the case. And the closest person that did was a lady that stated some weirdo shit to me. Like, I'm not even going to repeat it, but some weirdo shit. And I was like, about biting babies and kicking.
No, honey, that was me that talked about biting the babies. That was me.
You were saying that. You were saying, but she said I would bite the baby back.
Well, that's true. I guess she did say it too.
She did say that. You were saying as an example. And then she said, "Would you bite if the baby bit you? Would you bite the baby back?" As a question. And she said, "Yeah, I would bite the baby back." And she was drunk, and that was the closest we got to an actual free Karen Reed supporter. So please, I mean, if anyone wants to jump up and talk, not even debate, have a conversation. Tell me what you believe happens. I will sit here. I will keep quiet. I will listen to you. You could tell me the whole story of what you believe happened, the timeline of events, because honestly, I've watched Turtle Boy. I've watched your side of the arguments, and every single thing you've said before this trial has been proven wrong. And then I've listened to the defense's theory, and the problem is there is no timeline of events that allows the opportunity for Proctor to break the taillight, or any one of those officers to break the taillight and plant it before the CERT team gets there.
Yep.
And that is a big hole in the defense's third-party culprit or Bodie defense, whatever you like to use. Until you solve that issue of the timeline, you're not going to convince people who have brains. Also, apparently backing up into the car, she's now admitting when she's denied for months that she broke her taillight and they broke it themselves. And if you look at the car backing up, the bumper hits the car, not the taillight location, meaning that someone would have to be high enough, like standing, and that they basically hit that. You know what I mean? It has to be height level.
You know
And
what
John
I
was
realized?
6'4". I
The
think
one
he was
thing
6'2", I think. Yeah.
The one thing beats him that we're seeing experts everywhere else, but we're not seeing an automobile expert that would come in and testify to exactly what you just explained.
Well, I mean, they will come in. I mean, they will absolutely come in. It's essential for the prosecution to get that testimony in, because I don't think the jury can honestly convict this lady until that expert comes in.
Yeah.
Because I think there's this not the image in people's. I think that's been the both sides have basically agreed they have very hard time imagining the impact. And I think you're going to need a great expert in the accident reconstruction to paint that picture for the jury, for them to believe it. But I believe that will be the final nail in the coffin for Karen Reed. Once that's done, and if it's done right, it's going to be done so for her.
Oh, absolutely.
The final nail in her coffin, Doffer.
Yeah, and a coffin doffer.
Nice.
Well, here's the funny part. The FBI was called by the defense, honey. That's what happened. And that was already like they literally are the ones who called the FBI. Like, so no, the FBI didn't investigate it on their own. They were called by the damn defense. Like that's
so no one is talking about the public involvement being a travesty of justice. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
I also think that it's really, really shining a light on the inability of the American people on the whole to logic and to think. Like, you're standing there repeatedly saying on stream, now we back the blue, we back the blue. But no, you don't, because you're booing the family of a dead law enforcement officer while cheering for the woman who killed him to get away with it.
You know what the crazy thing is? I saw on Twitter someone stating that, we're not having, no one's celebrating. I'm like, bro, there is literally a tailgating party in front of the murder trial. I haven't heard about that since like the, what was it, the Evolution courthouse case or something like that? Like crazy shit like that. They used to have parties. They had a party about that. The trial of the century, they called it. I think the history books called it. And I think that was the only time I heard people were tailgating in front of an actual trial or something. I could be wrong with the trial, but either way, it's very weird that you have people dancing and you got people with pom-poms out and you got celebrities coming in, YouTube celebrities taking pictures and kissing babies. And it's a very weird situation, because I feel like that's some Orwellian crazy shit in like dark future we're heading towards, like very weird. You would think that people would go into a murder trial with solemn expressions and kind of contemplating. Like if I was Karen Reed, I wouldn't be smiling and laughing and chilling out. I'd be pissed off, because if I was an innocent person that is forced to waste all my money to defend myself and being accused of murdering the man I love, or woman, whatever, and I'm being put into a trial, a farcical trial, where I'm wasting $1 million, I'd be pissed off. I wouldn't be smiling. I wouldn't be kissing babies. I'd be pissed the fuck off, angry and sad, because I would see the reminder of someone I loved being put in front of me in a trial. And I've seen everyone else show emotions or, some kind of emotions, but I have not seen that. And if you don't think the jury is paying attention to that reaction, you don't know the jury. The jury can take anything as evidence. They can take your reaction as evidence. They can take your statements, like being testified in court, as evidence, or they can discount it and say, I don't believe anything these motherfuckers say. They can count what is evidence and what is not based upon their opinions on what they believe. And her reactions are evidence against her.
And the other thing, if I were, I got to say this real quick, then I got to hop off because lunch is over. If I were Karen Reed, And I heard all those people complaining and whining every day that their constitutional rights are being impeded because they have to stay a half a block away from the courthouse there because of the buffer zone, right? Oh, it's against our constitutional rights, because they are being forced to respect hers by not tainting the jury pool. I'd be livid that all those people were trying to screw up my trial.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they're trying to screw it up for her. So that's, in her, like, but they don't realize what the hell they're doing. So that's another problem. But I mean, the motion to disqualify the defense's expert is not for inculpatory evidence. It's literally because the defense didn't answer the Commonwealth on what this person is qualified in, what they're going to testify to, and all the rest of it. And you can't do that. You have to answer all that. It's discovery. It's part of the process. And if you don't do that, then your expert doesn't get to testify. It's literally that simple. So there was no evidence.
I mean, because there's no second bite at the apple for the prosecution. If she gets off, she gets off. There's double jeopardy. She cannot be tried again. So a last minute surprise witness is not something that is actually good faith, and they know it. Jackson has been a lawyer for a very long time. He knows the rules. He knows you're not supposed to do that. So is Yannetti. And this just shows you more scummy tactics by the defense. And any lawyer that looks at that and thinks that's actually a good thing to do, I will question your ethics every single fucking day. It's weird.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, like, I think this is just a very interesting case. I think it's going to be a disastrous day on Monday.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be a disastrous day. I think Proctor will be next. I think Proctor should be definitely called by the Commonwealth, and I think it's going to be.
He is going to be called by the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
But here's the problem: is they keep changing, like, who's coming when. So, like, even though I might have a tentative list, sometimes it changes. They take someone out, they move someone down. Like, so it's soon. It's all I can say is soon. Like,
and I think we're going to learn that I think the one thing I've learned from this trial is the defense keeps on embellishing and lying constantly. And I'm wondering how, when he did that first opening and I heard about, text checking for nudes, I was like, whoa, this is crazy. But, like, first off, we find out the phone wasn't seized without a warrant. RP says if they don't call him, it would look more. Yeah, well, if I was the defense and the prosecution didn't call Proctor, I would not call Proctor. Why? It's because I want the jury to have that suspicion in mind.
Yep,
like that
agreed.
Doubt in their mind. Like this, the defense, I would be like, the prosecution's scared of calling this guy who's the main detective, the main guy leading this investigation. And he wasn't called, ladies and gentlemen, and his name is all over all these exhibits. Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Are they hiding something? Are they hiding the truth? Are they hiding that they planted these tail-like pieces to frame my client and protect Albert and the McCabe's? And I would just state that, and I wouldn't even call him. I absolutely would not call him. I would just leave it like as a get, and that would be enough for like the jury to have a little bit of reasonable doubt, definitely. And it would be a disaster for the prosecution not to call.
Absolutely, which is why he's being called. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't know where they got that rumor, but I've been saying this since day one. He is going to be called. Like, yeah. Well, she didn't hand the phone over willingly. Yeah, she did not. They had to get a warrant for it. Yeah, twice, actually. 2 phones where she tried to wipe the phone the second time.
Second time when she ran to Florida.
Yeah, when she ran. That's another thing. I don't know why they didn't violate her bail. You can't leave the state unless you have permission from the court. So, like, I'm confused as to why they let her get away with that one, but whatever.
It says, is the investigation into Proctor still open? I think the Internal Revenues, Internal IA is investigating him, but they're just
they're doing it literally only because they have to. If I call right now and I make an allegation against an officer, they have to open an IA investigation. They have to.
Yeah.
But he is on active duty. If there was anything that they thought he did wrong, even by a long shot, he would be out on paid leave. He is on active duty. He is still actively doing cases.
And I believe that's going to be limited when they call him. They can't really question him about that.
No, it's definitely limited. They're not allowed to do that. No,
they're not allowed to do that. So, like,
because it was caused by them. So no.
Yeah, and that would prejudice the jury against him. So I don't think that's going to be a good idea. And honestly, it's just how it is.
Yep.
How long it took them to get court clerk in Murdoch.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Like, what the hell happened there? Like.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna be a very interesting trial. And we got they said June. Okay,
July.
July. I mean, they said
Yeah.
July, the end of July, basically. Okay, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Or the end of
Can
June.
we
and
just take a
beginning of
minute
July.
and admire Anastasia Beaverhausen's beautiful photo? Can we just take a
Absolutely.
minute and admire it? Gosh
Okay.
dang, Beaver. Damn.
I love it.
Beaver.
Oh man. Yeah, I know there's a lot of charges with that lady. I don't know how many she has, but it's a lot. That lady, the clerk there, yeah, or whatever.
Oh yeah, she's fucked. I mean, she's going to jail. But yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be a very interesting trial. I mean, like, I think we're gonna get that. I think the defense is kind of putting themselves in a terrible position.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they've tried to poison the jury against him, but when he gets up and testifies, he's going to be able to make his own case to like why he's, how he's gotten to the part of where he is in his career to begin with, just like Buchanan. Like,
yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna skedaddle. You have a good
yes,
one.
sir. I'm going to end this anyway. It's been a long day, y'all. I still have to deal with this issue I got here at home. So
right.
I love you guys, and I'll see you all. Well, Monday we'll have court Monday. We're not gonna have court tomorrow, but I might pop on at some point tomorrow. So thank you everybody for being there. Make sure you like, subscribe, do all that fun stuff. You guys can donate to the Cash App, the Venmo, or the PayPal, which always helps the channel. It helps me grow. It helps me cover all these costs and whatnot. So thank y'all, and I will see y'all later.
Bye.
Bye.